Welcome to day 4 video for our members that are taking the Guide Me to IT program, and actually our subscribers on YouTube as well, because these videos are uploaded on YouTube. So I hope that you have enjoyed day 1, day 2, day 3 and day 4. Now, why are you taking this? Again, a reminder is that if someone is taking our program or any other programs that includes like A+ learning, so it's very targeted towards A+ certification, and yes, it's going to add a lot of value. A lot of hands-on labs are given in this platform, but there will be certain things that will not be covered, because that's the nature of this job and the career, because we have to then learn something on the fly at work. So these day 1, day 2, day 3 and day 4 videos are kind of used that way. So that's why when somebody is in our program, we tell them that after you finish our first weeks of sessions, which is from week 1 to week 7, and when you finish the extra skills that includes these 4 days, which is a lot of hours of training, it basically makes you ready for the level 1 and even a little bit level 2 jobs in IT, and that's any IT support level jobs. After that, you are going to go into more deeper into Windows 10, and that is where you are going to learn more corporate level skills like deployments, image management and things like that, and modern image Windows 10 skills. You're going to go a little bit deeper into something that is more specific. Here it's a more broader type of skills that you need. So keep on going, don't give up. When you finish this extra skills videos with week 1 and everything that is given over here, trust me, you are no longer a person with a very basic knowledge. You are there, you know your stuff, then you can actually go into some places, any places, and you will understand basics. And after this, of course, you can go for more advanced programs that we have, but I think this is the great way to start. Just make sure you apply all of these video skills that you're learning from these videos. They are long videos, so take it slow and then try to implement the labs in your own virtual environment like VirtualBox or anything that you have. Now, for our members over here, this is where when we do a live discussion, we come together and we will create a kind of like a schedule where everybody will get together. So if someone cannot make it to that schedule, of course, they have to see the video of that live training. But what we do is that we don't cover theory after that. That's why we are saying to our members again and again and reminding them that make sure you finish these videos before you see us, because that's where in these live trainings we have done that. We have covered some of the basics and kind of like lectures. We don't want to cover that again because of course that there's no way for us to cover this in a program where there's no live sessions. But we are adding this additional value where we are going to bring the live session one time and people can join, and then you will be able to kind of perform the same labs that we have done in our previous trainings before this model. So join us in live training when you make sure you finish these extra skills in your program. And if you are lagging behind from the week 1, week 2, or week 3, if you haven't completed your labs, make sure to go back to your training program and at least kind of cover the videos quickly and then do the labs more, because you want to learn more practical skills from this training. And then when you're basically finished with these first weeks, we are going to start working on your resume, and after that we are going to push you towards interviews. You may fail few, you may pass a few, but that is what we're going to do. We're going to make you practical so you can go out and apply for jobs. So good luck with this day 4. Make sure you finish it fully.
Go back like this. Let's just move away here. So the agenda for today is this. Here you go. This is the area that you guys need to capture in your mind right now, that this is what I need to learn from today's lecture. Important. Like this is what you need to know for your level 1 job right there, right? Exchange basics, not too advanced stuff, browser stuff. Think about it. If Microsoft Office is all on browser, if you go from home and you have to work from browser, if you're even in your office and you're working with the web-based applications like accounting web-based application, marketing web-based application, how many times you're using a browser? Almost 90% of your job is on the browser now, right? So your calls, your users' calls are coming from where? Outlook. We know that they're heavily using it, so we know that Outlook. That's why we went into so detail about it. But if you think about it, what are some other places that you're going to get calls from when they're using browser, right?
Right.
So you got to know how to troubleshoot a browser, some of the things that are extremely basic. Like you just need to refresh a browser, or you just need to reset a browser, right? This is what Ali's going to show you. And then other thing is this so important is file sharing. Everything that we work in our company is connected, right? You're accessing some drive that they call it a company drive, or accounting specific drive, or a sales marketing specific drive, right? And you put your folders in there. You got to understand how that things happen. How is it happening? So you have to have a very good knowledge about file sharing. So not to stress too much in my training, because remember, all of this stuff that you guys are going to learn today from here all the way from browser to here is phase 2 stuff in detail. But phase 2, a lot of people tell me and call me, man, Danish, I like your live training. They're so interactive, and you're doing phase 2 is more like a video, and you do simulation, and you do a lot of training yourself. So it's kind of boring. So that's why I like to do this in my own training too, because then when you're doing that boring training, then it makes sense to you, okay? Because that's how people lose their attention, because they give, universities give that access, the one that I'm giving you, colleges give that access, and boot camps give that access, but they give them ahead of the time. They say, do that, and they already lost interest. They cannot do it. So we're reversing this learning right now a little bit, okay? But here, this area right here, let's go back. I need to know how to use erase, you know. Okay, I messed it up. This, you guys see this, what I'm doing right now? Remote troubleshoot, yes. Remote software install and inventory, and this is imaging, by the way. So this is imaging. This is something that I'm saying that you guys don't need to push too much on it. This is level 2, level 3 stuff. This is a junior admin stuff. But if you know it, this means you are going to already know advanced stuff, and your mind will work a little bit better than a level 1 person. Just like what we were teaching you in Active Directory, how we were teaching you, you're way better than a normal person who has A+ knowledge, right? So here you have a little bit better knowledge than a normal level 1 technician who cannot think ahead. Here you will have a thinking at least. I'm just opening up your mind to a little bit more like, you know, okay, it can be done that way too. If you have to go manually visit an office and you have to install a software, you can also do it from your office as well. But I'm going to have to teach you some policies around this, okay? Does it make sense so far?
Yes.
Yes, sir.
Okay, if nothing makes sense, make sure you stop me, because that's where you want to ask me. I didn't get it, you know? Okay, so let's go back, and the first thing we want to discuss is Exchange today. So let's start with Exchange. So now you may be asking, remember what is Exchange? Exchange is the server, right, in a company, and that Exchange has what? Emails. Everybody email boxes are in where? In Exchange. So I want you to focus, and I want you to look at the screen that I'm showing you. I want to show you something. What is this? What did I open right now?
You're in the admin center, it says up there.
Of what?
365.
Office 365. And if I had to do a message tracing, where do I need to go?
Show all.
Show all.
Show all. And then where do I need to go? Where? Well, hold on. There's something missing here. Let's go back from the start. You see, if you don't see like that, why couldn't I see that? Because my session was already logged out, right?
Oh.
So you guys are DMV client. I have like a bunch of it. Oh. Okay. So now I'm going to go back, and why I didn't see that? Because I was already logged out. So here you go, a perfect example about the browser troubleshooting. If a user would have called you right now that I'm not seeing certain thing in the browser, but you know that it's there, what would be the reason? You just saw it, right?
Oh,
I was logged out.
Logged out.
Mm-hmm.
Yes, my session was expired. I saw that I was on, but my actual session was expired on the browser, right? So now if I go back, I should go where to do the Exchange stuff?
Admin.
Admin, okay. And here, what do I do now?
Show all.
Show all.
And do I see Exchange now?
Yes.
Yeah.
There you go. Simple issue with the browser, right? I had to just log it, refresh it, and now boom, my issue is resolved. So I want you to give a nice look at this right here. All of you should pay attention right here. Look at this. What is it? What is it called? Exchange
Admin
Admin
center.
center.
Admin Center. So everything that Exchange has to do is with what? With most of that stuff has to do with emails, right? You see that way? Mailboxes,
Yeah.
groups, resources. So where are these mailboxes getting created? When we were in Office 365, right from the start, right? When we were adding a user, we said that this person should have access to the mailbox as well. You remember that 22 applications access? In that, there is a mailbox as well. We checked it, basically. This was already checked. So automatically, Office 365 gave a mailbox in this cloud format, right? But if you think about it, if we are not using a Office 365 in this company, then what are they using then? If you're not using Office 365 in this company, what kind of, like, what is their solution then?
In terms of what? Email?
Emails, yep.
What was it called? Outlook? I forgot.
Outlook is a client, but they are using Exchange Server, right? So
Okay.
look, Microsoft is giving us Exchange Server right here. This is Exchange Server. Microsoft is giving us Exchange Server, and we can only see this front end. We are not touching the server. We cannot get into the back end of the server, right? We cannot hold the server, right?
Okay.
Microsoft is controlling it, and Microsoft is giving us that Exchange feature right there, right? So now we can go in and do things from web. Does it make sense, Bernal?
Okay.
Yeah, Bernal, I can hear you again.
Okay, can you hear?
Yep, I can hear you now. So does it make sense to you?
Yes, yes, sir.
Okay. So now we decided that, look, we don't have Office 365. We're not going to go for that technology. And I can tell you, my last person who I trained he already got the job, then took my training. Why? Because he got the job with no training, and he luckily got the job. So now he is in a rush to learn these things. He was just not feeling good about it. He was like, okay, I really want to learn this stuff from you so I can go to work. So he told me that we're not using Office 365. Why is that? Because most of the hospitals, most of the very high sensitive areas do use Exchange type of solution. Why? Because they don't want to put their data in the cloud. Social security, medical data, stuff like that. But that doesn't mean that cloud is not secure. This means that they're just not taking that option. They may be even more secure than their servers, right? But let's say they didn't. So now you also need to know a little bit about Exchange internal, but it's so similar that you don't have to learn anything new. Let me show it to you. You're going to be a little surprised right now. All right, so let's go. Oh, man, where's that full? You see, this is where I struggle. This thing doesn't, there you go. Okay, so now if I take you back, and let's go back to the practice lab. Now you maybe say, where can I get the Exchange server? This is the power of your labs right here. You have 1 year access to this $48,000 value. This is the whole lab is about $48,000, right? So this is what I say, that you have a massive access if you really want to become a proper engineer in future too, and you need something. We're just gonna go around, and this is a perfect example. Like I was telling a member that we don't have Exchange, we don't teach Exchange, we're not gonna install Exchange server for level 1. But here you go, we got a solution. We just went into one of the labs. Well, what is it called? Design and deploying Microsoft Exchange Server 2016. This is what I was talking about. That even this stuff, you got to be a very advanced engineer to know this stuff, right? So we're not even touching what are they teaching in this lab. We don't care about that. We need Exchange access here. So if you go to the last lab here, monitor clients connectivity, you see right here, these are Exchange servers right here. This, look at it, P lab, MBX, 1, 2, 3. These are 3 Exchange servers they already gave us. So this is exactly how you're going to join a company, and they will have a server for you. Are you guys going to create a server? Are you guys going to deploy a server? No, right?
No.
You guys are going to work on Exchange to do the same thing like you're doing in Office 365. Just like we created Office 365, I made my System Administrator Hadi added you guys, and you guys are doing level 1 stuff. This is exactly what's going on here. So here's a little test for you. This is a business right now, and we already told you that there's an Exchange server out there. How would you know what is the domain in this business? Tell me the name of that. How can I find out? Where would you find a domain? Like, where is that .com, .org type of stuff? Where did you see this kind of stuff? If you go to a company and you say, I want to find out what is their policies, or what kind of domain name are they using, where you need to go, what kind of tool?
Right click
Right-click
on the Windows thing and go to System.
Perfect. So what's the domain here?
Oh, right there. Practice lab.
Okay.
If I tell you, who did I lost right here? I lost someone. Oh, I lost Leila. So you guys want to wait a little bit because this is a little important stuff. I don't want her to.
Yeah.
So let's talk about a little bit more, because when we come back, it's going to be the same area. So guys, if you say that it's practicelab.com, if I have to type a domain name, do I have to type the whole practicelab.com, or do I have to type something else?
Probably something before that,
Like, okay, so let me give you an example, Bernal and Eddie. If I have to log in here, it says domain/username. Do I need to put the whole domain practicelab.com, or do I need to put something else?
Yeah, put name and then practicelab.com. Huh?
Okay, so you're not using a whole fully qualified domain when it becomes a slash right there. You're just using the NetBIOS name. Now, how do you find the NetBIOS name? Bernal, watch this, okay? In your domain controller, right now I'm in my domain controller, right? I'm gonna go where? Where's my Active Directory running from? How do I open an Active Directory? I'm gonna go to Start, and I'm gonna go where? Server Manager, right? And how do I open Active Directory from Server Manager? You go to Tools.
Tools.
And then you open Active Directory from where?
That one, users and computer.
Active Directory and users and computers. So here's another way you can find out your domain name, practicelab.com. But if I want to find out what do I need to type in that slash area, I don't need to type the whole thing. It's not going to work. How do I find this? I'm going to right click on practicelab.com and then go where? Properties. And look at this, Bernal.
Okay, practice lab.
This is what you need to type to be able to access, to be able to, I'm sure you probably call an IT person and you are getting a prompt for software installation. You cannot download a software yourself in a company. It prompts you, right? And then they have to come in over here and they have to type something. That something is this. This is what you need to know. It's called pre-Windows 2000. It's called NetBIOS. So you got to type this specific area slash the admin username and the password, and then everything works. And it is case sensitive. If you look at it, all of this is in what?
Capital.
Capital. So it's very important stuff right here, because this is where, like, your troubleshooting, you going there and installing a software on a company's machine, or installing more advanced softwares, or anything that you do in a network environment, you got to know this method. If you know this method, then of course the rest of the things are easy and you're not going to be stuck. So if I ask you again, without going to the system, where else can I find the domain of this this new company that we're working on right now?
You said to go to Active Directory.
And how do I go to Active Directory?
You open up the Server Manager.
Right there.
I open it from Start. I open Server Manager, then
Manager, tools,
Tools,
Active Directory.
Users and computers.
Active Directory. And how do I find that specific thing that I'm finding out? Where's the NetBIOS?
Click on the domain name
And go to
on the thing there.
And go to Properties, and then?
Yes,
And then it's pre-Windows 2000, that one.
All right, now watch this. If I hired you two right now and I say that, guys, log into Exchange administrator, like just like you log into Office 365 and you click on admin, this is exactly what you're doing right now. So you're going to have a link like this. It's going to say what? Exchange admin center. And the other link will be for users or for you to log into your webmail. This is called. This is exactly the same thing that you're doing in Office 365, but it's internal, and companies can enable it to be accessible from outside as well. Right?
Okay.
So now, both of you, if I ask you, if you're an admin and you have this message comes up, you're going to say continue to this website. What do I type over here now?
We got to type in the domain name, which was all capitals.
Perfect.
Practice Labs. I forgot what it was.
And in this company, the username is administrator, right? We haven't created a new username yet, right? So let's say an administrator is the powerful administrator, and that cannot be a case sensitive because that's a normal administrator account, right? And the password in the practice lab environment is where? Look on the top right here. All the labs are right here. Okay, you guys see this?
Yeah.
Are you seeing it?
Where are you pointing to?
The little eye says information.
Little eye on the top. So make sure if your camera is on the right side, make sure you put your camera down because that's behind your camera. Here.
Can't see.
Look on the top right side.
Yeah, I see it now. Okay, yeah.
So if I click on this little eye icon, look on the left what popped up. There's a little pop-up came up. So what's the password for this username?
Password W0RD.
And even in the lab right here, it tells you that what is the domain right here, right?
Okay.
But that's just to make it easy for you. I mean, I'm sure the company is not going to have something like this, right? So if I type now, password here, and I sign in, now, is this looking familiar to you guys right now?
Oh, it looks like the web-based front end.
It's exactly the same thing as Office 365, but it's just not Office 365. It's running from a local server inside this company. Now, you guys see there's no difference. It's actually exactly the same thing. So let me take you back to that Exchange Center right here. Where did it go? There, look at that. Look on the left side, dashboard, recipient, permissions, mail flow, mobile, hybrid. And now if I take you back to the practice lab, permissions, compliance management, organization, protection, mail flow, almost the same thing, right?
Okay.
The flow is looking the same thing, but of course you're going to have a little bit different features here and there because some feature Microsoft is controlling and some feature here you are controlling, but you're not doing this stuff. None of this stuff you're doing it because most of the stuff is being managed by an administrator, system administrator, okay? Okay, so now the question is, if you got a new person started and you were giving access, now if somebody tell you to, okay, what is Exchange Admin Center? You know what it is, right? You can log in, so you're gonna say, so this is something that a system administrator will be installing, but I will have to have access to the admin center so then I can basically do my job to aid mailboxes. Or maybe you'll start working in a company and they'll say, Eddie, we got a new person joining it and the person name is Help Desk. Create a mailbox for Help Desk. This is your job right there. So how would you create Help Desk first? What would be the first scenario? Go back to day one training, try to use some of the thinking over here. How can we add a user in this company? Where should I go first? Don't look into this screen right now. You have to think about it, that where can we add a user in the company?
We add them from the admin center of...
No. Bernal got it. Bernal got it.
Active Directory.
Active Directory. Remember, Eddie, I said focus on what I'm saying. Where do you add a user in a network? So, right? So so that's another thing that I wanted to teach you guys, that if somebody's taking a technical interview from you, don't try to focus on what you're seeing on the screen. If they say that, look into the screen and then tell me something, that's different. But if they say something generically and say, how do you add a person into this network? So you may get confused. You maybe start looking at the screen, and of course that's just going to take you out, right?
Well,
they
might say, instead of saying how do you edit, they will say where do you edit. That will be more appropriate, right? So when they say where do you edit, you know, obvious answer would be Active Directory. Now, if they say, how do you edit? Then, obviously they're asking for the steps, and probably, I'm not sure everybody's going to be able to, list step by step correctly, but maybe somebody who's an expert at Active Directory could tell you, but most of the time they would say, where do you edit? And you just say Active Directory.
Okay, thank you.
And in this situation, if Bernal says Active Directory, he passed the interview. I'm sure people will not go to too details after that unless they want. I mean, it's up to them, but sometimes people want to make it short, right? They don't want to make it like long interview for one specific thing. Just say, okay, Active Directory. Okay, I know Bernal what he's talking about. 90% of the people cannot answer this question. The reason for that is that this is not a part of A+ training, and they were never taught like that, right? So they get confused. Well, I don't know, right? So that's not an answer people want to look for, right? So now we want to add a help desk. Guys, help me out. Where do I add a help desk account? How do I add a help desk account on here?
Click on users, right click on users.
Okay, right click on users, go to the users. I'm going to expand this and go to where? Users.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm going to right click.
You could.
New. Okay.
New.
Then?
User.
If I don't do this process, can I add a user somewhere else?
Yeah, you can go to the top. There's a button with the character guy.
Let me let Layla come in. Layla.
There she is.
Layla, you there?
Yes, something happened with my internet connection. I had to reboot the whole thing.
Okay. All right, guys. Apologies for Bernal and Eddie. I gotta go back because if I miss this, then Layla is gonna be confused throughout her training. Okay.
Yeah.
I know some of the things in the beginning. I don't want people to miss it because it's just too hard to explain this stuff later on. Then, okay. So Layla, you ready?
Yes.
Okay. So here you go. Basically we were talking about Exchange, right? You're gonna learn about Exchange stuff, and I'm gonna ask Bernal and Eddie to help you out in this too, so then they can even get better at this as well. So if I ask you, Layla, this is where? What is this place right here? If I open this and you look at my screen, what did I just open?
Exchange Admin Center.
In what?
Microsoft 365.
In 365. Okay. So remember, like I said, companies, I think you were there when I talked about the hospital stuff, like some companies will be using internally. So let's forget about this right now. Let's say you went into this company, you got hired with this company, and this is your first day, and they told you that we're using Exchange Admin Center, right? So they are going to give you, just like Office 365, we give you the admin access. They're going to give you the admin access to the Exchange Center, and you don't need to worry about where the Exchange Center is coming from, where is it running from. That's something you will not think of, right? Yeah. You're just going to only think of where is my admin access. That's it, right?
Right.
So then we double click on this, and they're going to give you this access. You're going to say, okay. And let's say they think you know this stuff, and they say, Layla, this is your admin access. Let's go ahead and log out from here. It's a little cheating when I was actually showing that. So they can say, Layla, if you see this message right here, what is your domain? How would you find a domain in this new company now? Let's say you just joined this company after my training. How would you find a domain right now? For where do you need to go to find a domain?
Is it the account we were given, Layla, at DMV client one?
It's account, but where would you find it? Let's say you are all alone and you're like, what is their domain? Because so many of my calls are going to be relying on me knowing the domain name. So where did we create the domain name?
In the server.
On the server, but where do I need to go in the server to find that?
Is it systems?
System, good. Okay, that's the first thing. I right click and I go to what? Systems?
Systems.
And then where do I find a domain name?
Yeah.
Look on the bottom. What does it say? Domain.
Oh, practice lab. Okay.
So, number one thing, guys, you should take a note to yourself right now. When you go to a new company, right click on the system and first find out the domain. It's going to make your life easy, trust me, by knowing the domain. Why? Because After that, your job is dependent on you knowing the domain name, or else you're just going to be running around, okay? So number one, you took that note. You're going to do that part when you start working in a company. But Leila, where else did we create it? Where's it coming from? We created something, right, in this server, right? This is just a system, but where did we create the domain?
We created in the server.
Yes, in the server, but what makes a server so powerful?
It's a domain controller.
It's a domain controller, but what makes a domain controller? Where do we manage people?
Active Directory.
Perfect. There you go. Remember, Active Directory is it's just too important for you guys. Number one, you guys need to know how to find a domain. You found it, fine. But even better than that, if you can get to the Active Directory part, you're just going to make your job 80% easy, because you already know the whole system now. How? You're just going to go to start and you're going to open Server Manager, and then the first thing you should do is what? Or if you don't have a Server Manager in your company, they may give you what tool? RSAT. There you go. So you're going to open RSAT and you're going to go where? You're going to tools, active users and computers, and there you go, Leila, your domain is right there, okay?
Right.
So from here, first of all, you know how the company is set up. You can find the groups, you can find the user, you can see how they're naming their user, you can see what kind of, so you see so much you can find just from one place. Just from one place, you found so much. By starting even on the first day, you got a lot of knowledge right now before somebody even get into this stuff with you, right?
Right.
So now what I want you to focus on here, this is not what I'm looking for. I'm actually looking for if they give you an access that, okay, you need to log into your exchange like this, they give you a link. And now they say, Leila, you need to add a help desk, a new help desk person starting after a week. You need to create their account and create an exchange email box. If you see something like this, Leila, how would you type that over here? Like where can you find that domain that they're looking for? This right here. We know it's what? We know it's practicelab.com, but you're not going to be using the full .com in there. What you're going to do is this. You're going to right click on here, and Eddie, help me out. What do I do?
On to properties.
Properties.
Go to properties, and Leila, look, you're going to find this right here, okay? This is not .com right now, right?
Right.
So when you log in over here, what are you going to use? You're going to have to use this right here from that properties. That's that BIOS right there, okay?
Okay.
And then we said that administrator in this company is the one that is the main admin. We didn't add the help desk yet, right? So I'm going to basically log in right now as an administrator because that's the guy who created this whole thing. And look at this. And I was telling Eddie and Bernal that do you see any difference between a local exchange center and look at this one? This is a cloud-based. Isn't it the same thing? Almost the same thing. Look at this. Dashboard, reception, recipients, permissions, organization, mail flow. And if you go back to the local one, isn't it the same thing? Mail flow, everything is the same, right?
Yes.
So by knowing the Office 365 and working on that one, you can get away with the exchange stuff too, because if you tell somebody that I know the knowledge of Office 365, they're going to say, okay, that's fine. We'll teach you exchange too. It's exactly the same. You see how it works?
Yes.
But you can also tell them that I have not only that, I have actually did a training on my own in Practice Lab on premises exchange center. So what are you doing right here? You're selling yourself. You're making yourself look good. You're putting a positive point inside the interview right there. You got my point? Okay, so now, if I tell you, and this is where we are, Leila, we have to add a help desk account over here. So how do we add a help desk account?
Right click.
Right click, go to new, and then we go to user. But let's say I don't want to do this. Can I do this some other way, Leila?
Yes, you can. Yep, on your left-hand side.
Exactly. So guys, now watch. We're gonna add help desk account. This is your task right now, and you guys should come over here and do the same thing because these labs are 60 minutes. After when 60 minutes are gone, all of this stuff is going to be wiped out. Now, that's the bad part of Practice Lab, and that's the good part that we're giving you that 30 days access on the servers for this reason, because our training is not designed like this. Our training cannot be done in 60 minutes, right? Our training has to be stay there for 30 days. And that's why the combination of these two becomes very powerful for us. But this is where you are learning specific things. And remember, this training is designed for what? For Exchange Administrator by following this stuff right here. But we're not focusing on that. So that's why I want you guys to not lose attention. Like, I don't want you to go to the left side and, oh, let me see what's in the module 6. Then, of course, you just went somewhere else, right? Okay. You have to follow my video and do what I'm doing right now, okay?
Yes.
So here we have added this help desk account with the same password in this lab. You can give it whatever you want. So is this a domain admin or just a normal user right now?
Just a normal user.
Perfect. How do I make it a domain admin?
Right click.
Properties.
Member of.
Perfect, perfect. I like this flow. I'm not waiting too much.
Add.
Add.
And then check names.
Domain admins, and you apply and okay.
Okay.
Okay, we want to add, now we added another help desk account, but we want to add a new account. He's not a domain admin now. I want to just add, let's say, Eddie in here. So let's add Eddie.
Sir.
Okay, so we added Eddie now. So, okay, guys, so what happened here? You are the help desk, or you're this administrator, whatever you are, and Eddie joined the company. You took this on the paper that your username and password is this. Eddie started the company for the first day, and you were sitting with him, and you're teaching Eddie how to log into his local Exchange email box. This could be either Outlook, or it could be that web link. So remember, in the companies, they can also give you the web access like this. So you look at the link right here. This is a local link they're giving you, right? This is what's going on inside the company. But when I logged in, I immediately got logged in as who?
Admin.
Who's this? If I right click here, this is who?
Admin.
So I need to do what?
Sign out.
Oh, sign out.
I know.
This is a very good part right here. So we added somebody in Active Directory, right? We added Eddie in Active Directory, but in Office 365, when we added Eddie in Office 365, we checked mark a option that he should also get Mailbox in there. Did we do anything like that in this? We didn't do anything, right?
I don't think so.
We just did Eddie. So if Eddie has to log into the Exchange, can Eddie log in?
I don't think so. Because I'm not in the, I'm just a user on the domain in Active Directory.
Okay.
I'm not.
So if I'm a member, or if I'm a staff member and I'm Eddie, Leila, you're the help desk. Leila, what would you ask him first? So let Eddie call you. Hi, Leila, I'm having some issues. What would you tell Eddie first? Like if he say I cannot access my email, what would you tell Eddie first?
Whether he's registered in the domain.
He's a part of the domain. That's why he is able to log in. But what would you try to ask Eddie so you can understand what's going on?
Whether he has a Mailbox account.
Oh yes, he's missing a Mailbox account. But you're gonna ask him something, right, to get that, right?
Right.
Like he's. So you're gonna ask him what? Okay, Eddie. Eddie's calling you that. Hey, I'm having an issue, Leila. I cannot access my mailbox. You guys gave me a link to log into my web. So the first thing you should be asking Eddie is, what kind of message are you seeing on the screen? So Eddie's saying that, yeah, I'm seeing a mailbox couldn't be found for Practice Lab /Eddie. So that should immediately tell you to check what?
Whether he has a username and a password?
Whether he has a mailbox. He already have a
Okay.
username and password. That's why he's able to get in, right?
Right.
Okay, so let me get into that. Give me 1 sec. Give me 1 second, guys. Okay.
Okay.
Another thing you guys want to look at it. If you look at it, says a mailbox couldn't be found for practice labs / Eddie. So whenever you're looking at something and you're trying to figure out what the domain is, so anything before the /, that's most of the time will be the domain. Okay, so could be anything. And if you see a dot instead of any name dot, that's another indication. Either you're logging in on the local machine, or usually the dot / means a local machine. So you might get confused. You're like, dot is a domain, but it mostly would be, let's say you have a workstation that's completely locked out. You can't even connect to the domain. So usually a lot of times admins, what they do, they will log in like locally. And the way they would do it is they would put dot / and their username, or the username would be of that account created locally on that machine. So they would use that to log in to the machine and then try to troubleshoot and connect to the domain or all the network connectivity you'll see. So if you ever see a dot /
I seen the dot, and I knew it had something to do with there's a dot, there's 2 dots. All right, good, thank you.
Yeah.
So this is a perfect situation because this is actually a troubleshooting, because today the whole training is kind of towards more troubleshooting rather than showing too much of like what the processes are. You guys already know the processes right now. It's more of like how do you utilize your Active Directory learning, and now everything is getting in sync. Everything is becoming like together right now, right? You know that Eddie is a part of Active Directory, but Eddie is missing something right now. So you already checked mark that Eddie was able to log in. If Eddie could not even get into this part, this means that Eddie is not using his password correctly. So, or you gave him a wrong password, right? That would be a first step right there, because Eddie would not be able to get to this, screen. Basically, he would not be able to get to this screen. So Eddie can do 2 things right now. You can even be the person who will be troubleshooting this stuff, or you may be the person who will just be assigning a ticket to another level 2 guy who knows this stuff. So right now, you see your job could be just knowing what Eddie is experiencing and grab that information and send it to who? Level 2. But most likely, in the company, you're going to be doing this stuff, okay? So how do we fix this? We're going to log in as who to add Eddie to give him the rights. We're going to log in as an admin, right?
Admin.
Yeah, perfect. Okay, so now I'm going to log in as an admin. And remember, this was a case sensitive. So if you guys are practicing and you're trying to like do it without case sensitive, you're going to have problems, okay?
I think you spelled practice labs wrong. It's missing a C. PRAC.
Oh, good job. There you go. We already got the technical person. We already got a technician working with us now. Eddie is already an IT person right now, guys.
Yeah, don't jinx me.
So, okay. So now, Layla, you went in there, you logged in and like, okay, Eddie. Can you find Eddie?
No.
So how do I add Eddie into this?
New.
User mailbox. And then what you're gonna do is we're not adding a new user right here. We're gonna do what? Existing.
The user. Yes, okay.
And who's missing?
Eddie.
Eddie and help desk.
And okay.
And there you go. You just added Eddie. Boom, Eddie got added. And you can let Eddie. You can disable Eddie by going to the webmail, or you can enable it. You can disable his phone if you don't want him to add this Outlook to the phone. You can do all that kind of stuff, but people don't do that, right? You're gonna enable everything, right? So now that you have added Eddie, let's go ahead and try it again. Can Eddie log in to the webmail? This is an admin area. He's not gonna get access to this. So if I go back to my, let's go to DC2 right here.
Yeah.
And let's do a refresh won't work. Okay, let's go back and let's open it. Ooh, what happened? Eddie got logged in, right? Because I already put my password in there. So because I added the mailbox, all you did, Leila, is to tell him to go back, close the browser, reopen the browser, and boom, he got the same information that you got in Office 365. You're going to pick the right time zone, and now I'm going to click OK, and boom, Eddie is inside the email. And if you want to confirm, is this really Eddie? You're going to click here, and there you go. Eddie just got added. So you guys did a job that usually is something that you definitely will come across if they're using Exchange Server, not using Office 365. This is exactly what you're going to be doing. This is a ticket for you. Any question about this?
Well,
Now I'm sure from, yeah, go ahead.
I mean, I can play the tape back, but since I have you here, which server did we go to add me as a user? The Exchange or the domain controller? The domain controller?
Okay, that's a good question. So the domain controller have links. If you remember me in the beginning, a company will give you these links on the computer. So it doesn't matter where this is coming from, but for your understanding, this is coming from where? It's coming from this server right here. This is the Exchange server right here. Right? And if you want me to click on that server, let's go to the server. This is the server, this is the actual server right now. You see that?
Yeah.
So this is the Exchange Management Shell. So not to confuse you guys more, if I was an Exchange administrator, I would be working on the shell right now. Meaning I need to backend access. I need to know all that commands and everything to work on this server. But that's not you, right? They have given you a help desk machine. In the help desk machine, you log into the help desk machine, and only they're going to give you what, Bernal? They're going to give you this link right
Exchange server.
Shortcut, that's it. So you got the admin access, and at the same time, you got what? You can create mailboxes, and you can now find out how to actually do things. But here's a question to you guys. What is the most important thing over here? How did you find Eddie? Through what?
Through Active Directory.
Active Directory, there you go. The reason I'm going to come back to Active Directory every single time, because if you don't know this clearly, you don't understand Active Directory part, remember your job is hard. If you know Active Directory from the back end, everything's coming from there, your job is super easy in IT. That's how it works. Okay?
Yeah.
My training is almost like 80% on Active Directory, to be honest. Like I like to teach everything else, but if I can get this thing really nicely, like, you know, I can teach you this stuff, then the rest of the stuff you're going to learn on your own. You will have the ability to learn on your own, but your core will be so strong that none of these things are going to matter to you. Okay?
Okay.
All right, so that's kind of like the level of exchange knowledge you need to know. You don't need to know anything else other than this, nothing more than this. If they have something more, they will have policies for you, they will have scripts for you, they will have a step-by-step guidance for you, and they don't even expect you to know the stuff that I just showed you. Make sense? Okay,
Yes.
good. Okay, so you guys understand that if you want to practice, where do you go, right? You're going to go to your practice tab, you're going to log in, and you're going to, which lab are you going to open?
Design
The
and
designing and deploying.
And
Exchange.
in designing and deploying, are you going to touch all these other things? No, right? You're going to come over here on the bottom, monitor and client, you're going to open it. Once your machines are up and running, if it's not running, you just need to turn it on, okay? You see how it's off and turn on? And then you're going to go to DC, and then you're going to go to Active Directory, add a user, and then you're going to go to the mailbox, and then add a Eddie into the mailbox, okay? All right, so now we're going to move on. Here. So this right here is super important for you guys. I mean, this is like that's like your current active, reactive, the job. Like just like Active Directory, you know you have to do that part. You need to understand browsers very well, and not at the master level, nothing like that. You just need to know a little bit more than a normal user. You just need to know a little bit more than you right now, because you guys are working as a normal user right now, right? You got to be a little bit more than that in terms of browser. So Ali, are you there?
I'm good. So my voice is clear?
Yes.
Yes.
Great. And you all are watching my screen now.
Yes.
Yes.
Good. So in this session, we will discuss something related to the browser, and the common one and the most widely used browser is Google Chrome, you know.
Okay.
And we will show something related to Internet Explorer 2, but the Google Chrome is on top these days. So we will analyze this browser here. So as we open this browser, and you will find that on the right top corner, you have these three dotted icons. And this is called Customize and Control Google Chrome, right?
Yes.
So for customizing, for planning purpose, or want to troubleshoot, you just go here and click. Then you will find this menu over there. On the top, you have the new tab. That's obvious. If you want to open anything, open the website, so you can go on new tab. Or if you just want to open a new window. And like, what is the difference between a new tab? If you open the new tab, so there is another tab open on the same window. This is the window, actually. And what is the new window? It is what, if you click there and select this new window option, so it's gonna open in a separate Google Chrome window, right?
Yes.
So these are the top options. Then, if you further go there, so you will find incognito window. This is what it is. It is for the private browsers.
Yes.
From this tab, you can do whatever browsing you want to do, and it will not cap your record. Even it will not make the history of what you have served, right?
Yes.
So if you want to hide your web activities, your surfing activities, and if you don't want to make records, or maybe you have some kind of activities related to where you want to hide, like you're accessing some servers, you're accessing some sensitive machines, sensitive desktop sessions you're taking with your client, and you want to hide all the addressing, all the tracking, so you can open this incognito window, and there you can easily serve on those private sectors, right?
Yeah.
And if you want to experience this, so let me show you. Let's say if I open incognito, and here, if I open the Google Chrome, Google website, and then I just close it. And here you can see on the fourth tab, we have the history. And if I click over there, so it's gonna tell me all the history. But currently, we already opened the Google website, but it didn't make it history, it didn't record. So that's the difference between two of these tabs. Then, you know, the history tab, here you can manage history, or you can make settings for the history, like if you further expand this history tab, so there you're gonna find the browsing data. And if you explore this, so there are plenty of things like cookies. What is cookies? Cookies are the little tiny files, little tiny, you could say, a tracking file that may get copy on your machine when you launch any website. And that cookies are designed for various functions, for various purposes, but the legit website use cookies to track the user, whether the user is legit, a normal user, or the malicious user. So most of the websites use cookies to track the user intentions, why the user opening the website, what sort of surfing user are doing on the web page, which section the user sees most in our website. So that's why they use cookies. But cookies are also used to track user information, so it has both positive and negative uses. So when you surf a lot in your browser, so it collects a lot of cookies in your cache cookies, and you can define the time range from here. let's say it is last ever. So you can change it to your whole browsing time since you turn on the machine or since you install the operating system, like all time, or you can define the weeks like 4 weeks, 7 weeks, 24 hours. It is up to you. Then you have cached images and files. These are what it is. When you open the website, you obviously see some images, some icons, some kind of files that just open with the website, like GIF file, animated files. So these are those files. So you can clear these cache images, these files, so you can recover your space that has been used by this browsing stuff. And if we further move to advanced, so here 3 or 4 options added, and there you can see passwords and other sign-in data. This is what, when you use your browser and you most likely open your accounts, you log into your Hotmail or Yahoo account, and in that way, your browser asks for you to remember all your password, or most likely Google mostly asks to save your password. So if you click on that save password thing, so what will happen? Your browser start saving your passwords and username, and whenever you reopen that website, it will suggest you that use your username and use this password. So if you want to clear this history, if you want to eliminate those records, you can make check over there and then clear the data. So all the passwords and the sign-in detail will be wiped out. Then you have autofill data form. This is what during account creation, you just encounter with some forms like where you have to provide your first name, last name, your birth date, your identity, your country, your city, your postal code. These are the form data. So if you want to clear all those information that you have provided in the past on any of the websites, so you can also make check here to delete all these data. Then the site setting thing, this is another option we will show you later. So here I click on the clear data. So it's gonna delete all my history, cookies, cache, and other things. And here, if I further explore this site setting option, so I can define the permission level. Like here on the cookies and site data, if I block this access, so all those websites that threw their cookies on the user machine to verify the user intention will no longer open on your browser because you blocked their cookies. Because before opening of any website, it threw their cookies to the user machine, to the user address, to find the intention, to find the user legitimacy. If you block the cookies, so the website will not proceed. So I'm not gonna block that cookie. Then there's a location thing. It is what it defines your current position where you are. So you can block or unblock this thing, and the camera, microphone, motion sensors, and these are some JavaScript and Flash. These are some languages that work with the HTML to show you different designing and different animation that brought on the website. So if you block those JavaScripts and Flash, so it may disable some of the features of website. Like when you open the website, you often see some kind of banners appears on the screen automatically, and some kind of motion pictures appears on the screen. So if
like
you block,
sometimes companies have specific, applications that they have bought from vendors, right? These applications are, let's say, like not available on public. So the company support will tell you, can you guys make sure that Java is allowed in the browser, right? So this is where you need to know how to then come over here and actually see, oh, is it allowed or not allowed? If the application is not working, you have to at least come to know where are these settings. And this is why you're kind of like knowing, of course, to be honest, 98% of the time you're not going to come over here and do things, because most of the applications these days are very much compatible with browsers, right? They make it that way. But there could be a scenario where you're struggling with one user, and for some reason that user is just not seeing what other users are seeing. So, and you know that it's a one specific browser is having an issue. So first of all, you should always do troubleshooting on two different browsers. I'm sure you have seen an IT person will come into you and say, okay, it's working on IE, but it's not working on Firefox. So that's where you need to then understand that, okay, it's related to the Chrome or Firefox, and you need to get into their settings then to find out the issue. Okay?
Right. Then you have other images option. You can define or you can block the images access on your surfing. Then the pop-ups. This is so disturbing thing when you're accessing certain website. They add some advertisement with their website. So what happens when you click on any of the link and there are other windows automatically opens? And that seems to be so disturbing, and also these pop-ups contain some malicious coding that may run automatically from the web server to your machine and make some communication to download to make transfer some kind of coding and malicious files to your machine. So we recommend and we always block these pop-ups, and there are other softwares in the market we integrate with our browsers to block those pop-ups. So here you can define, but this Google-based pop-up blocker works like 50%. Sometimes it didn't block the pop-ups. So we have other antivirus kind of applications available, and we have separate pop-up blockers applications too, which we can integrate with the Google Chrome. So it will work about 90 or 100% to block the pop-up. And I will show you how you can add extensions, add integration with the browser. And you will find these same options in your mobile phone. When you open your Google Chrome setting in your mobile phone, you will find the same options on your phone browsing. So it will benefit you on both desktop and phone-based thing. Then you have these ports, PDF documents. You can disallow to open, because there are a lot of files available on the Google contain the PDF extension. So if you block, or let's say you got a call that I'm unable to open the PDF file on my browser, so you have an idea where this could be done and how you can troubleshoot, and you just in a minute just understand that maybe the user have this PDF feature turn off, so you can easily turn on that feature, and then user will access the PDF document. And then we will move to the extension, the one which I explained you previously. What is extension? Let's say if I download some pop-up blocker application, and I wanna add that blocker in my browser. So what will happen? First of all, this application must have some extension to add in any browser like Mozilla and Chrome. And once you install the application, this application extension will appear in this way. Like you can see the Google Docs offline. And there you will find this button. So if you didn't find the involvement of your pop-up blocker, so you can click on this three-dotted line and go to More Tools, and here the extension settings. Click to it, and it will take you to the same location, and then you will find like your Internet Download Manager. All extension will start appearing here once you get installed in your machine. And then you can define, like you can turn on or turn off. So once you make on that extension, you need to restart your browser, and then you will find the involvement and intervention of that application in your browsing, right? Then after we have other more tools in the browser, like the bookmarks, and this is the important one, because during browsing, we often thought that how we can record that website, how we can record that particular link, that particular location that we wanna that we wanna visit again in any of the time. So we often do this thing like, let's say if I open the Google and I just search about GSS. Okay, not GSS, it will find different things. Job skill share. Okay, enter. And then it will show me the different links. Let's say I reach to the IT career training and I don't know how to get access again on that same page. So what's the best option in the browser I have is bookmark this tab. I'm gonna click to the star and then click to the done to record that location where I've been. And then I just online on some other day and I wanna revisit to that location. So what I will do, just click to the three dotted line icon, then go to the bookmark, and there in the last I have IT career training bookmark. This is the recording, this is the record of my previous access. And there you go, it will take me directly to that location. So this is what it is like you're tracing, you're making you're defining your previous location where you were, and you want to stick to that location. And every time you didn't able to learn the whole website name, so once you open the website, you can easily bookmark. And the best thing is what we can transfer these bookmarks to other browsers. Like here, you can see we have an option import bookmarks and setting. So if we have the previous bookmarks on our other machine, we can copy that file. Let's say if I open this, so there I got this whole panel. And let's say I've done a lot of browsing on my Microsoft Edge or my Internet Explorer, and I want to import all those bookmarks or all those web pages that I open on that browser. So I can define the browser here, which were, and then it is providing the other option, like you want to keep that book browsing history, or you want to import your safe passwords, your search engine, your favorites. So you can define all these by making checks, or you can click the import and click to the done. So what it will do, it will just import your previous other browsing history from other browser to the same one.
Now that's pretty important, because think about it. So many people are going to be changing their computers, or you know, from one computer to another computer, or they may be moving somewhere. So you need to know how to import the current favorites, because if somebody's working on their computer for, let's say, 6 years, I'm sure they're going to have a lot of favorites, and they're not going to be happy. And I'm sure you guys were in the same situation when you call a help desk or IT team and you worked on something for so long. You wouldn't want to just lose that information. I'm sure you're not going to be happy, right? So think about that. Now you are putting yourself in the IT shoes, and you have to then kind of take care of this stuff. Make sure you don't just go ahead and reset their whole browser without asking them, and for safety, just make sure you take a import and back up their favorites, specifically favorites. A lot of people love to make favorites, you know, to make their job easy. So you don't want to make it hard for them.
And in the same way, you can show your all bookmark on the top by enabling this bar. Let's say go to the bookmark, and if you make check on show bookmarks bar, so all your bookmarks, the recent one, will start visible here on top. So all the time you are not supposed to go there and just launch your bookmarks. You can directly click over on top. So it will list all your recent ones. And then we have other network-based settings in the browser too. Like if I wanna make my browsing secure, so I will click to this three-dotted line, open the setting, and then I will go to the advanced here, click to the advanced setting, and there you have this privacy and security tab. It controls your scripts, and then I will click to the more, and on the top you find the safe browsing. So this is the option you mostly turn on because the safe browsing will secure you from malicious website, the website that contains some dangerous content or some malicious code that may directly runs to your machine, or those websites that I talked before that contain the cookies to track your access, track your IPs, track your location. So it will tell you, it will alert you when you're using those websites. And you have seen when Danish Danish show you about accessing access of the server, and you find that it says you're at risk and you can proceed your own risk. So this is the safe browsing thing. If you turn off this safe browsing, it will not alert you, it will not stop you to surfing such internet areas. Then here you have further other options like send a do not track request with your browsing traffic. You can turn on and turn off this thing, or you can allow sites to check if you have payment method saved. So you can allow or disallow all these options. Then the certificate tabs. This is for the integrity of the website, because you can, if you're working in an environment, you're working in any corporate sector, so mostly you download all the certificates and then you can apply all the certificates through the group policy. So all those websites that are allowed according to their certificates can easily log in. User can easily access those web pages because their certificates are verified and are allowed in the group policy. So in this tab, you can manage the certificate thing. Then this appearing setting, like how you wanna present your Google Chrome, how you wanna change your experience, like font size, customize font. Do you wanna show your bookmarks bar, how much you wanna zoom, all these things. Then the search engine, if you allow this, so the search engine will start appearing in your bar. So all the time you will not, don't have to open the Google separately.
I get this when I was in help desk, so many times people will call me, hey, I'm trying to search something and it's always going to Yahoo. I don't like Yahoo, change Yahoo for me. So then this is a ticket, right? You gotta know how to actually go back in there and change the search engine for that person inside that browser. So in Chrome, this is where you see that you have to just go in there and just click on Google to Yahoo to Google or something.
And here you can define default browser. Currently it is Google Chrome. If you want to change, or your Google Chrome is not your default browser, so you can make default by click there and it will take you to the settings, and then the choice you will made here on choose an app will become your default browser. And further, if I scroll down, so we've got this language settings, spell checker, and there are the downloads. Here you can change the download locations. Let's say let's say you're working in a domain environment and you redirect your all users download folder to the server location. What I mean that if you want to keep track all the downloadings that are going on in your domain environment. So for that, you redirect all the download folders in your workstation, in your client workstation, to the server location. So what will happen whenever the user download anything in their download folder, they seem that this file is in their local machine. But what happens actually, these files are directly going to the server location, and you can keep track on all those downloads. So here you can change this download location on just local machine. The folder redirection is another topic related to the group policy. I just discussed for the example, but if you want to change the local directory for the downloads, so you can simply click to change and make any folder there that receives the downloading. And here you got the option, ask where to save each file before downloading. It is what during any downloading, it just directly downloads the file on the provided location. But if you want to change you want to change the location where every time your downloading goes, so you can allow this option. You can turn on this button. So every time when you're supposed to download anything, it will ask you to provide the location for that. And then continue running background apps when Google Chrome is closed. There are some apps working with your browser, like most of the time it is downloading something. Let's say you have made 3 or 4 downloadings, and these are keep going on, and you just forgot and you close your Google Chrome. So if you allow this option, what will happen? The downloading will keep on, but your browser will not available on the screen. So it's up to you. You can allow or disallow this thing, and use hardware acceleration when available. When your hardware is free, you have no more other application, and you are just only using your browser. So if you make this option on, it will use all your resources, all your available hardware capacity to provide you the best experience of browsing. Then you have this computer proxy setting, and it is sometimes required when you are using the proxy server for accessing web. Like it is what you have servers in your network, and you want that when your user try to access the internet, they're supposed to go through our servers. So in this way, we can keep track their browsing stuff, how they are using internet, and when some malicious person from the outside try to track the user, so first they interact with our server, then the client network. So that's why we create this proxy thing. What it will do, it will redirect the user traffic to the server, to the dedicated server, which we create and design for that proxy thing, and then the traffic will flow to the internet. So all the time, your server get exposed to the internet, but your client machine get hidden behind that server. This is the whole proxy concept in this networking. So here on the script address, we can define, in the manual proxy setup, we can define the proxy address, like which server we want to make the proxy server and the port. So what will happen, let's say if I type google.com. So this google.com will go to that server, that proxy server, and then proxy server communicate with the DNS to launch this website. So the DNS will just only know about that proxy server. It will not aware that there is a client behind that proxy server who is requesting for that page, right? So we can
this stuff,
set the
you
settings.
guys don't. I just want to clear it because this may be a little confusing for them to know that DNS servers and everything. So this is the stuff that you're not going to be dealing with. This is going to be given to you. You're just going to be told to put this into proxy address. This is the port. Just put it in there, and that's it. That's going to be your job. They'll tell you to remove
or
it
you
and
can
change it.
turn off this proxy server.
Yeah, and they'll just either tell you to just turn it off. So you're just kind of like you need to know where it is, where do I need to put that information, and you don't need to know what it does basically, because that's a little too advanced for level 1.
So that's it, Danish. I'm done. And if you want to add something or they want to ask something, so.
All right, I'll take over and then we can ask questions. So can you guys see my screen? Yes, go ahead.
I've always been confused about file servers. So is Windows Server a file server? I mean, obviously, I think so. No.
Exactly. It's a server. We're just calling it a file server, but it has more features, which I'm going to tell you right now. I'm going to go into that. How do you tell a server that that's a file server? It just has a feature in it, right? It's a normal server. It's not Active Directory. It's not a. Ali, you gotta echo. Ali, you want to say something? You got echo, Ali.
Hello.
You have to. Yeah, go ahead.
Yes, I was saying that the operating system will be same Windows Server. Okay. Maybe he's asking about that. Okay. But you can use this basic file sharing feature, but the operating system will be Windows Server.
Okay. Thank you.
Okay. So you will get it even more when I show you this right now. So in the lab, this is what you guys are going to do the same thing. You will log into your lab, right? You're going to log into your own labs, all of you, not right now, after when you finish this whole training, right?
Yeah.
So let's go ahead and make this scenario. Okay. So here's the scenario, guys. So if we open a server, which is the domain controller, so it doesn't matter if you install a new server and you join it to a domain, you can do that, or you can use your domain controller. I'm just going to make it easy for myself and for you guys. You can use the same domain controller right here, okay? It doesn't matter. Like this is just a server right now, and you can add a new server. You just add it to a domain, and that could be also a file server. And so what I do is I need to go and basically do all control delete.
Yeah.
And I need to log into my server with the password that I given, right? So in this server, we know that we have a Active Directory, but first of all, what is the difference between, why are we using server for file sharing? Why can't we use Bernal machine to share with other people? Anybody?
Because
the server is more powerful, right?
The server is more powerful. Yes, that's a good point right here. So let me just show it to you. So on the left side, we have a server. On the right side, we have a help desk. So if you ask me, why aren't we using a help desk versus server, I want you guys to pick something over here. Okay, I want you guys to focus on that. So if I was to share a same file on both machines, I want you to first see how we share a file. That's the number one thing. If we have to share a file, I'm going to go back to the folder here, and I'm going to open this PC, and I'm going to open, actually, no, forget that. We're going to make a file on the desktop. Right-click on the desktop. You're going to go what? Create new folder. And we're going to call it share on server.
Okay.
Server. We're going to do the same process, Bernal and Leila, on the desktop now, okay? Share on client. So how do you share a file with users? We're going to right-click. And you see we have two options. Give access to specific people, right? So that's not what we're going to do over here. That's something for you to just kind of like give access to another employee if you want to do that. That's not. I'm going to show you a better way of sharing how IT people do it, okay? You're going to go down to properties, and you're going to click where?
Sharing.
Sharing.
Okay.
Then you're going to do what? Advanced.
Sharing.
And sharing. And then you're going to do what? This folder, right? Okay, now this folder, we picked it, right?
Yeah.
Okay, now guide me. How do I share it on a desktop?
Right click.
Good thing. Right click.
Property. Sharing.
Advanced. Share this folder.
What's the difference between a server and a desktop, guys? Tell me.
You can use more users on the server,
Yeah.
a lot more.
Whoa.
A lot more, way a lot. This is not even this. You can even go further. Look at this. You can go even more than that. So this is the power of server. Server is designed for simultaneous. I can never pronounce this. Simultaneous, right? I can never pronounce this. Simultaneous connection is what? You have a file that somebody needs to access in your department. Let's say, for example, you have 10 people. Now, fine. With 10 people, you can get away with a desktop because it has 20 simultaneous connections, right?
Yeah.
So 10 people can connect to help desk machine. But what if you have 1,000 people?
Server.
Now, this is not a remote desktop connection, guys. This is actually getting into a file, but putting a path. I'm going to show you that. And if 1,000 people connect to that file from desktop, then what will happen? They will get denied at the 21st number, right?
Yeah. Yeah.
But on the server, more than 1,000 people can connect to that file and grab that file and put the files and do whatever they want to do, right? So number one, we have to use file server, and that's why when Eddie asks us, what's the difference? This is the only difference. It's the same server. It's connected to the domain. It could be a different server too. Connected to a domain. It's not a domain controller. By the way, I'm doing this on a domain controller, but you don't have to create a whole domain controller again. Remember, in your lab, you're only using one domain controller that you have already created. That's the king. You cannot have two kings. Okay?
Okay.
You can make more servers and connect it to the domain, and that's it. It's just a normal server with more power now. Make sense?
Yeah.
Are you guys getting this, Leila?
Yes.
Yes, yes.
So okay, let's remove this now. And we decided that, look, we're not going to use file sharing on a desktop because it's not something that people do, right? So we're going to still stick to the server right here, and we're going to create a file sharing by clicking on apply. But look what happened. What is a network path right here? This is very important for you guys to know this stuff because people can test you to know how much you know about IT. And this is a simple thing, just like a ping command. People can test you this. What is that? Well, what is that? Like, what if somebody show you that? What is that?
It's saying that's the path, the network path.
That's the network path. That's the shared path. So if you had to access this path from an external machine, how would you access it? It's on this server. Remember, this server is right here. It's in somewhere else in the building, and this machine is somewhere else. How do I access this file? From this machine, how do I access this path?
Do we have to go to command line or no?
Right click properties and
You have to copy the shared path.
In virtualization from this, you can't copy things. You have to know where to actually go, right? So let me show it to you. If somebody wants to test you, this is an easy way for them to not hire you, basically, right? So keep in mind, this is a normal thing, very basic thing and extremely important thing. You have to go to, there's two ways you can open this. You have to go to the Windows Explorer, not Internet Explorer, remember, Windows Explorer, right?
mm-hmm.
You open that, and what is that? That's a file explorer, right? So look at the bar right here. You have the ability to type things in here, right?
Yeah.
So what do you need to type over here?
DC 100.
But before DC 100, what do you need to type? //
Do we need 2 slashes?
Yes, 2 slashes are the one that is a network path, okay?
Okay.
DC 100, then what do I need to do?
Share server.
Share server. I can't see its way to.
Oh, it's because it's yeah, let me see if I can make it up. Is it good enough now?
Yes.
Yeah, a little bit.
Shared
Yeah.
server.
Oh yeah.
Unserver.
Yeah, but why is it not coming up? That's kind of weird. Is my machine? Oh, you know what? Here's a mistake right here.
What?
So if I go, and Lila, I have to bring it down a little bit, okay? Because I cannot, actually, I can see the bottom one. So if I go to my machine, how do I know that I'm not on the right profile? This is important because you guys are gonna get stuck over here. If you log into this machine with a local help desk account, nothing will work. Remember that. It's not connected to a domain. If I open Active Directory, look what I'm gonna get an error. I'm not gonna be able to open this Active Directory. You see this? I'm not even getting any kind of response in there, right? So I need to restart this machine, and I need to log in with what account? I need to log in with the account that's in the Active Directory of this server. Remember that, right?
Mm-hmm.
So did we add the help desk in my lab? I'm sure we did. We're gonna go to users and computers. This is a good troubleshooting right here. And we have help desk right here, right?
Yep.
But when you log into this machine, you gotta make sure that you're logging into the domain help desk, not your local help desk. Remember at the beginning where you were making the machine, you needed to add that local admin in the beginning, right?
Right.
That local admin cannot be used for this kind of stuff because you already now joined this machine to our domain. And once you add this machine to our domain, then you will be logging in with the help desk account from Active Directory, not your local.
But Danish, if on the same machine help desk, if they log in with the administrator account, so they can use the Active Directory and all other controlling features.
I don't get your question. What's that, sorry?
Like on the help desk machine, if I get log on with the administrator /XYZ domain, if I'm using the domain administrator account on the help desk machine.
Oh, you mean this one?
Yes.
Yeah, definitely. But that's also a domain account, right?
Yes.
But what I'm basically saying in here is like this, like you gotta make sure that you are logging into the domain profile. So if I double click on here, watch what happens. It says right here, help desk, right? But I'm not sure if this is a domain account or it's the local account. So how can I confirm it? I gotta click on what?
Other user.
I have to click on other user, and then you see on the bottom it says domain. So now Ali's point is right. You can put the administrator account, but remember in our lab we were not using administrator that much, right? We were using you as a help desk because we created you, and now you're gonna log in as you in this help desk, just to make it clear, right? So now you're gonna use help desk, and now I know for sure that this is the help desk account from Active Directory. So anywhere you get stuck and you open Active Directory and you see an error that your Active Directory doesn't have access or anything, know that you are not using a correct account. You have to go back and log in as a correct way, right? The one, if you're watching this lab, you just have to log back in there and do exactly what I'm doing right now. So if I open Active Directory right now, why is it not opening? Oh, there you go. I'm just being a little impatient right here. But something is not right with this machine. But I did play around with this machine a lot, guys. So I don't know if I totally screwed it up because I was actually one of a scenario was that I had to. One of the director told me that we needed a VPN type of connection for our clients, and we need to limit their internet access from home so then they can connect to our network, and then they have to use our network. So a very complex thing. So then I was actually using this machine to practice. I'm like, oh, I need to do this and this. So I think I did mess a few things over here. So let me find out first if I did that, because I feel like I did remove some of the things from here, and that's why it's not working. So look how I'm troubleshooting things. Oh, there you go. Why am I not able to do certain things? Because I messed up my lab in a way that I removed the DNS. This DNS has to be connected to what? My domain controller, right?
Yeah.
So this is something you guys learned in the first day. Remember, CMD, you're going to find what?
Yep. CMD,
IP config.
IP config, and then you need to come back over here and you need to make sure you have all this stuff. So again, all of this stuff is for you guys to troubleshoot, and you guys are going to get better with this stuff, because the more you do this kind of stuff, the better you're going to get in this, right?
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
people are going to ask you, where do you change the DNS or give it an IP address and all that kind of stuff. All that stuff will matter then, okay? So if I come over here, you see naming, blah, blah, blah is missing. That's not working. If I come over here, and let's see if I can still do that. Look what happened. Just one DNS value messed me up, right?
Right.
But now everything is back normal. I added a DNS. Now it knows, oh, my king is over there. I need to go back to my king. So it got connected. Active Directory came back up, no problem, right?
Do you have to change the name of the machine or?
No, I didn't change anything.
Okay.
It was already connected to the domain and everything. All that stuff we have already done it. This
Okay.
was something that I did again. Like I went to this adapter and I removed the DNS because I had to apply some other settings on it and I forgot to put it back and now we have issues, right?
Right.
So now coming back to our file sharing, if you guys can remind me, how do I get to this path?
Right.
You went to File Explorer on the bottom.
On the bottom, perfect.
And you click the, you were keying in the path, the network path from the left side. Excuse me.
So look at this. Before it was not coming up, right?
Oh.
As soon as I type / DC100, you see my share right there? Can you guys
Yeah.
find out?
Yes.
Now
Second
you guys are
option.
not going to see this because we're using a domain. The domain already gives you some kind of shares that's like part of the domain. But if they're using a file server, you're not going to see there's these two, sysvol, netlog, and you're not going to see this. You're going to only see this right here, okay? So there you go. Boom. We got in. And now if this was about, let's say, somebody from marketing, oh, I don't have access. So what's up with this now? This is a proper call for you guys right now. They're going to call you. They're going to say, I looked at the documentation because a lot of time IT people have documentation, right? People are going to follow the documentation. Yeah, I put the path in there. And now I'm seeing this, you need permission. So let's do a little real world call right here. Bernal,
Yes.
I'm calling you right now. Pick up the call. And how are you going to pick up the call first?
Good morning. This is Bernal in the IT help desk. How can I help you?
Hi, Bernal. So basically, I was following the documentation on how to access my marketing folder. But when I put the path, and I already know the path, so I'm doing everything correctly, but I'm getting this error. It says you need permissions to perform this action, and the server is shared on this server. What? I don't know what to do. Can you help me?
Yes. Could you hold on a second? Let me check into that.
All right, so now everybody can help with each other. Right now, Bernal is like lost, and he's looking at Eddie, and Eddie's looking at Layla, and man, what do I do right here? All right, so now, guys, help each other out. You got to think. You got to think smartly. Don't focus on this error too much, but look at the bigger picture. Look first on the left side. What should you look at on the left side to see where can this be fixed?
You
Where
need
is
to
this
click
In the
share.
sharing.
Advanced sharing.
Advanced sharing.
Advanced sharing? Perfect.
Add.
Permission. Add the permission.
Permissions. Good.
Yeah.
Oh,
There it is.
so I need to add who?
The person.
The help desk.
Help desk.
Yeah.
Help desk is coming from where?
Active Directory.
Active Directory, perfect. This is why I like to do this practice because you found an Active Directory right there, right? Oh, okay. I see you're not a part of Active Directory, but right now we're not saying that. You guys are talking to each other right now. Yeah, Bernal, add him to this Active Directory and give him full permissions. And again, based on the policies, you're going to give them permission. You're not going to just throw full permission or give somebody a domain admin rights or anything related to permission. Never, ever give full permission without asking. This is something that are going to be told to you. They're going to help you. You don't need to worry about that. But do not just go out there to solve this issue and let me just give a full permission. This person is going to it's be resolved. You will definitely be in trouble if you do that, okay?
Mm-hmm.
Full permission is like you just gave a whole access to somebody, right? Okay, so Layla just dropped out. So Okay, so here you give a full permission, Benel, and then we're
Yes.
gonna click OK. We're gonna click on apply and OK, and then you're gonna tell a person do what?
Could you try again? See if you could sign in again.
Oh, there you go. Done. Did you get a big point right here, like where this was coming from? Why did I focus so much on Active Directory today? Does it make sense to you guys now?
Yeah.
If you didn't know about Active Directory, do you think you can resolve this issue?
No,
I don't think so.
it will be difficult.
It will be difficult. I mean, you would have been resolved it by somebody coming to you, hey, you need to add that person into Active Directory, but now think about it. Immediately, somebody told you about something so new that you didn't know, right? Now you're thinking, what the hell is Active Directory? Now think about that stress at that moment. You're on the call, somebody told you about Active Directory, and now Bernal, all of a sudden you're thinking about Active Directory for the whole next 3 nights of your life, right?
Yes.
You're sleeping and you're talking about Active Directory. Man, what was that? That was Active Directory. I need to learn about that.
Yeah.
You see this is how we are thinking. This is why we are thinking a little bit different than other people. And we got to make sure that we cover these things, because a lot of people think that these trainings are 4 or 5 hours, but if somebody look at this training, hey, I can do this in 5 minutes. It's not about 5 minutes. It's about this whole way of troubleshooting and understanding is what makes it 4 hours of training, right?
Mm-hmm.
So that's the main key of this, right? So, okay, you did that
This
part.
is not just we create scenarios, we create the real environment, so you can easily learn how to troubleshoot issues. Because in other trainings, they just train staff, they just show you the hardwares, the servers, how to install. But we create the scenarios, the troubleshooting areas, and then we taught you some skills to pass those areas where you find issues. So this is the training that's different from the others. That's why we create these servers, these machines, and we're providing you the real-time scenario. So as you work and as you perform those tasks, you will just feel like that you did some internship. You had some work somewhere, because everything will be same as in the environment.
Okay, thank you, Ali. Definitely that helps when another professional talk about his experience, you know. So here I'm trying to do something else right here. I just want to quickly do things before you catch me. I'm kind of like very fast right here, just to make sure you don't catch me, you know.
Oh, okay.
I can still access it because I give full access right here. So the thing about this is this, like, you're gonna get a call, you know, about this folder. You're gonna have like, you know, different type of departments, different type of folders they're gonna be using. So a normal call will be like that, Bernal, the one that you just did, right? Then
Yes.
another call will be like, this person left the company. Can you make sure that you remove that person? Or no, not left the company, or they moved the department. They are not a part of finance now, because in finance, oh. Because in finance, they deal with a lot of critical documents, right? So let's say they tell you that we want this person to be removed from finance because they moved to sales. So then you're gonna go where? You're gonna go to accounting or finance, whatever that is. You're gonna go to properties. You're gonna go to security, right? And then security, you're gonna see if that person is in there, then you have to remove that, you know, username from there. If you don't see in security, you can go to file sharing on top of that folder. Sorry, I'm in the wrong folder. I need to be on the top level. Right here. You gotta go to properties, sharing, right?
Yeah.
Advanced sharing, permissions, and you're gonna do what? You're gonna remove that person, right?
Yeah.
Simply because that person is not part. But they may call you, can you give this person just a read write? I don't want this person to delete our document. So then you're gonna remove what? Full permission and change, right? And you're gonna click on apply, right? You have to click on apply for it to work, by the way. And then they can go. So now, what is a second method to log into this path? We already know we can go into by putting a path like this. We already know that, right? By // and going to a server. What is the second method?
The second method to what?
Oh,
to access that path.
run,
You're gonna click
Go
on
to
run.
run
CMD.
CDMD, and then
Just run. No CMD. I'm
no,
not
no
doing CMD.
CMD.
Look,
Oh, okay.
Really?
you're gonna do run, and look at this. I gotta do the same process.
Oh, okay.
DC, and it just popped up right there. You see that?
Yeah.
I think Leila just joined.
What do the two slashes mean again? Like what?
It's
The
a
two
network
backslashes?
path.
Network slash.
Network path.
Network path.
Somebody show you / as a network path. It's a network path or using a different machine. Leila, are you here?
Yes.
Okay. So, Leila, we did that call. What did you got disconnected when we were doing that call?
Yeah, my internet keeps throwing me off. So
No
I
problem.
don't know.
So basically, what we did, we right click on this. We went to properties, and we went to sharing, and we went to advanced sharing, and then after that, we basically gave a permission to who? To help desk. Then help desk was able to log into this machine, and then Brunel called the person that, hey, try it now. I added you in the permission. You see, so permission is very important, but that permission is coming from where? Active Directory, right?
Right.
But now, guys, this is another scenario right now. Okay, let's say, and here's another thing. People are not going to be using desktop to share folders like this. I'm just going to delete it, okay? Why not? Because you're sharing a file on top of administrator account. You see, it's not a real way of sharing this because it's like going through a computer / user folder and then to administrator and then to a desktop. So there's too much layers out there. Every time you share a file, it has to be on kind of like root level like this. You're going to go to PC. You're going to go to C drive. And you see now here you can create a share folder. Share. So what this is, it's way less paths, like / DC100 / and then there you go. You got the share right there. It's not like / DC, the username, the desktop, and then the folder. You get my point? Like before, when we shared the file, we shared it right here. Users, administrator, desktop, and the file was right here. So look on the top. How many paths are we using? Look at that. C. First of all, the computer name will be there. Then the C drive. Then the user. Then the administrator. Then the desktop, and then you have the folder. So to minimize this whole path system right here, you go straight to where?
Share.
C. Go to C. And you add a folder right here. Now, what's the difference between this and the other one? Look how small it is. You saw the first path, right? That was so big, right?
Mm-hmm.
And now you see this one is so short. And it won't have too many access issues. Why? Because it's not going through so many different paths. It's just going straight to the computer. You gave it access. Now, here's a question. If I add a folder right here, I already added a folder, and I give you guys a task right here that, hey, make a folder sales in C drive under share folder. And in sales, I want you to add the 300 users in the sales department. Are you going to come over here and you're going to add every single person in this folder?
No, a bit too hard to do.
So tell me, Vernell, how do I share this folder first? Like, what would I do the first step? You just did that with me, right? How would I start that?
Just right click
Yes.
and properties and share. Sharing, yeah, advanced sharing, yeah, okay. Share this folder, sales, okay.
So this is what, Eddie?
That's a network path.
So if I want to access this right now, can I access this? With help desk account?
Yeah.
Okay, you say yeah, right? So sales, got it, we can. Why is that?
Don't have permissions.
You know.
But well, when we tested over here, we didn't have that permission. I mean, we have to add a permission. Why did this person logged in correctly? I mean, let's do it right now. Let's do it again. What's going on over here? If I add a file on a desktop of this user, check this out, guys. Share to. I'm going to make a new folder, okay? And I go to properties. I do the same process. Did I add this help desk yet? I didn't do anything, right? Apply and OK, right? Same thing, right? Why am I getting an error? I didn't do anything. I didn't do anything at all. Why am I getting?
Allow? Don't you have to?
I didn't allow anything. This is in 2 new folders. Remember, I didn't add in anybody. So if you guys go back to my explanation, what are we doing over here? Here we are sharing a path from C drive and share. And here you are using a path. If I double click on it, this one, watch this one. Oh, come on, come down. What's the difference, guys?
Okay.
It's a long path.
It's a long path because your share is going here, then going here, then going here. And usually computers don't like this. Computer don't want you to, because you're just kind of like, this is an admin account. You cannot just bypass admin account. That would be too easy for people to break into admin's profile. So people don't use this. So I have to specifically go into this folder to add a help desk. Why I didn't do that over here? Why can't help desk access this right here? What's the reason? Because if you go to properties on the server and you go to the sharing and you go back to the advanced sharing and you go to permissions, because we have what? Everyone with what? With what rights?
Read only.
With read rights. So the read rights, even with that permission, it doesn't work with a long path. Does it make sense?
Oh.
Everyone doesn't have the right to go through the help desk desktop and to open it up. It's got stopped. It got stopped somewhere. Here, it's not stopping anywhere because it doesn't have any profile in front of it. It says it's a C drive, it's a shared folder. It doesn't have any profiles, right?
No.
Because a C drive can be seen by anybody, right? Layla logs into this machine, Eddie logs into this machine, Bernal logs into this machine. You all can go to the C drive and you can see what's in there. In the top level, you cannot go too deep in there, but you can see the top level right there, right?
Yeah.
So this is the reason we were not asked to go in there. But if I add a new folder for our practice, if I say I want to add a new folder, can I add a new folder? Layla, let me call you now. Let's pick up the call, and I'm gonna call you. Hi, Layla.
Hello, how can I help you today?
So, Layla, I was looking at the documentation, and they told us to access the sales folder, and I'm using the path and everything, and actually got into the folder. I can see I'm inside the folder, but my manager told me to create a folder inside sales folder. But when I try to create one, I get permission access. What do I do? How do I fix this?
Just give me a minute, then I'm going to assist you with that. So what I'm going to do, I am going to uncheck read.
Oh, you're gonna uncheck read?
Full control, allow full control.
Nope, you're gonna get fired.
Okay.
You're gonna give full control to everybody. That's gonna be a bad thing, right?
Oh.
But what should you do? This is a help desk user. What should you do over here?
Add.
Add. Perfect. You are gonna add. You're gonna find
help desk.
First, you're gonna find help desk. We're gonna check names right here, right? Is the help desk part of our Active Directory?
No.
Yes, right?
Yeah. Oh, okay.
So you added the help desk with the read permission, and you do what?
Apply. Okay.
And what are you gonna do? You're gonna go back now to the user. What are you gonna tell them?
Can you try again?
It's still not working.
You have to right click and
Let's go back. Why is it not working, guys? You added the help desk. It came back over here. Why is it not working? We're trying to we're trying to do something, right? We're trying to make an action here. Look at the permissions, or what permissions did you give this person?
Breathe.
Yeah, read only.
So what do you need to do?
Change them to.
Change. You gotta add a change in there. There you go. It's still not working. Should I go back?
Yes.
Nope. Let's do full control now. Why is it not working? Watch what happens now, okay? It should work by now, depends if I had to restart the machine or something. There you go. So, what did I do?
Did you refresh?
I refreshed. It took a little time, but another thing is that I had to remove everybody from the top level because that's where the conflict is then, right? You gave everybody read rights, then you gave help desk full rights. So because everybody is everybody, right? So it's confused right now. Help desk is saying, am I a part of everybody? Yes. And you also gave a help desk a full right, so now it doesn't know, right? So whenever you are dealing with folders like this, a lot of times the companies will have specific folder for each department. Like for example, if I go to sales right now, we have sales right here in the C drive, right? They're gonna have another folder as well. They're gonna have another folder for marketing. They're gonna have another folder for accounting. I'm sure you guys have seen something like this, right? In the company, they have their own folder, right?
Yeah.
So this is where you need to then come in and actually go into the folder and go to properties, go to security, go to advanced sharing, and then you're gonna add a person and give them rights or remove the rights. Now, do remember that it doesn't mean that I'm showing you this method that every single person is following this method. Sharing can be done in multiple ways, whichever is in sync with their company's practice, right? Whatever they're using. But you just need to know how sharing works. This is how it works. You guys, are you guys getting the point? Any confusion so far?
I was a little confused when you named the file on the not on the domain controller.
Huh?
Yep, you were sharing a file, and then you can give it a different name when you share it. It could start as sales, or does it keep the same name?
You cannot change this because it's gonna break what? It's gonna break all the paths right here, right?
Okay.
You have to add a new, because in the companies that's how they design. Like I said, this is a very well planned thing. It's not something you are going to be planning. You're going to go to a company and you will already see a bunch of departments in the list like this, and your job is going to be to go in there and add people, remove people, add people, remove people, add people, remove people. Make sense?
Yeah.
When you become a sysadmin, then you're going to sit down and you're going to do a design plan. What kind of format do I want to use? So this is called basic sharing, guys. This is what I call basic stuff. But if you come back to my original point, I want to add 300 people to that sales folder. How do I do that? First of all, what do we need for 300 people, by the way?
You need Active Directory for 300 people?
Active Directory, perfect. What do we need? What do we need in Active Directory, by the way?
So that they can have the access right to the folder.
Or what do we need to manage 300 people in Active Directory?
Do we need a group?
We need a group. So you're going to come to users, right? And you're going to have some kind of group. You're going to right click, go to new. And what can we do here?
Group.
Similar stuff in Office 365 too, right?
Yeah.
You're going to do group, and let's call it what?
did you say?
sales, and I'm just going to make a distribution because it's not a security group. And now we got a group. So how do I add people to the group? If I have to accomplish that task to make my life easy, all of these 300 people got to be in the group, right?
Yeah.
So you're going to double click on the group and do what?
First, and then add the names.
Add the names. And who do I add? Let's say help desk, right?
Yeah.
And you just add, of course, you don't add 300 people to the group like that. If you do need, you need more advanced skills, which is something you can learn later on. But at this point, when you join the company, they will already have people in the sales. Your job is going to be somebody new came into the company, and that's exactly how you're going to add a person to the sales group first. Then you're going to come over here. If they have a new share file and they ask you to add these 300 people and give them access to this folder, then what are you going to do? Are you going to go there one by one, or are you going to give a group access?
Group access.
So you're going to go to properties and then go to where? Sharing?
Sharing. Advanced.
Share
We
this.
actually didn't share this
folder.
folder. Why didn't we share? I thought we'd share this folder. I don't know why. Maybe I'm doing something wrong. No. I think we are inside here. Sorry. This is where. Sales. You see, I'm going in, right?
Yeah.
And now this file is shared. I'm going to go to permissions. And what do I do here?
Add.
And then name of the group.
Name of the group. Find it. Why am I not look? Why did I put a wrong name here? What is that? Hold on, let me. Who just got in here? Ali is back. Okay, so we got a new issue going on. We're unable to even find that group name in there. And what's going on over here?
Do we have to, I don't know, is it instant? We don't have to do group policy update, force update, GP update?
No.
No?
So if you want to make sure that our group is getting synced from our SAT, because remember we're using our SAT in the help desk, you can always go back to server manager and making sure that it is really coming to your Active Directory, right? That's another thing, right? You're doing it on your machine, but is it actually implying an Active Directory? And it clearly is, right?
Right.
Back in there, C drive, advanced sharing, permissions, add. Why is that? Maybe because of the distribution? That's weird. Oh, okay.
What?
I see. The distribution, when you do a distribution, this is mainly used for Outlook. I kind of forgot this. But you don't see how it's on the security and everything started to work?
Yeah.
If I go back, you see the little slash mark?
Yeah.
Oh, there you go. The group just came in. I gotta confirm that. I don't know why this was not like this before. Maybe I'm missing something here. But definitely that's a part of it. You saw how I fixed it, right? I went back to security, changed it, came back, searched it again, and boom, everything is back on. And now what? You're gonna do what after this? You're gonna send an email to the whole group. Guys, you guys are all added to this group. Go ahead and access it, right?
Okay.
That's it. This is
So what did you clicked on security instead of distribution? What did it?
Yes, I changed it from here. Watch this, distribution to security, and I applied, and you see how it changed.
Oh,
Did you get that?
Yes.
yeah.
Okay, guys. So another question that you may get a lot in the interview question as well too is can you go and map a drive for Layla for that sales file that we have, the sales shared file that we have on the server. I don't want Layla to be typing maps in it. Remember, users don't know these things, slash, all these things. These are kind of a little bit, technical things for them, right? So they want something easy. And Like I don't want to be typing slashes in there. I want it on my computer like a drive.
Yeah.
So they call it what? Map drive. So a lot of time they're gonna ask you in the interview, do you know how to map a drive? Does anybody know? No, right? Okay. So to map a drive, you need to know where to go in the computer. So watch it carefully. If you're gonna open a file explorer, you're gonna right click on this PC. And can you guys guide me now?
Oh, it's right there.
Oh, map network. Okay.
So now you guys already learned how slashing works. So what do I need to type over here?
Two
Cell,
black, two black.
backslash.
Yeah. Or
What do I
can
need?
we
Forward slash.
What should I type here?
Cell.
Sales
no.
or
Yeah.
look at the example. It says server name, right?
Domain.
So that would be what?
Oh. What the hell do we call it?
See.
Job skip.
DC
No, no, no,
100 help desk.
That's your server, not job skill share. That's a domain. This is server name.
Oh.
So it's just same thing. Remember the path. We shared that folder and it gave us the path. That path is the shared path, right?
Yeah.
So we have to type the same thing that we did in the normal, like how to open it up, right?
Backslash.
And we're gonna do what? Sales, right? And look at this. It worked, right?
Did you do DC100.sales or?
/sales.
Okay.
So we did this DC 100/sales if we want to give them a overall access to like a group drive that everybody has departments and you can see all the departments in there because you have to work with other groups. As an accounting person, you need to put a file for another group, right, somewhere. But a map drive can also be used for personal drives. So they may say do DC100/ whatever, right? P drive / Layla. Does it make sense?
Wait, but mapping it, does that mean that we're giving it this path to that's the path it has to take?
Exactly.
I'm confused.
So, okay, let me explain to you guys. So you have a C drive in your computer too, right? Everybody, right?
Yeah.
You have a D drive for CD or USB kind of stuff, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Mapping a drive is what? What is it called on the top right here? What does it say?
Network location.
Network location. So when you do the / DC100/ whichever folder you're shared, you're basically adding it over here. So then a person doesn't have to do this again and again. So when they log into the computer again and restart their machine, all they gotta do is to open their file explorer, go to this PC, and you got a drive right there without you typing anything. And you're just getting there, right? If you want to make it more easy for them, you can drop it. You can drag and drop it, and you get the shortcut on the desktop. So they log in, and there you go. They'll just double click on it, and they got into the file.
So
yeah.
So
Go ahead.
I don't understand. I understand that that's a shortcut to get there, but versus what? What's the option? Like, is the other way harder? Or?
Yeah, I mean, think about it. If I tell you that you need to access a shared drive on a server, you need to put your timesheet in there. So are you going to go every day and try to do DC100/sales, enter? Okay. You're going to go to sales and you're going to put your timesheet. And let's say you close this again. Now, Bernal, are you gonna like me if I tell you you're gonna do this every day? Every day you're gonna come here, DC/. I'm sure you're not gonna like me, right? You're gonna be like, hey, there gotta be a better way, right?
Right.
Oh.
So a better way to do this is multiple ways. You can just drag and drop this on your desktop, and boom, you just save so you made it.
It's a shortcut, right? Is that called a shortcut?
That's a shortcut. But what's this one? Look, what is this and what is this? Okay, this is shortcut. But what is this?
A network drive.
This is a shortcut of a map drive. So then you should ask me a question. Why do we need two shortcuts when we can make it easy for somebody to just drag and drop on their desktop? Why can't we just, do that for everybody, right? So the map drive has more ability, right? If you look at it, does the shortcut tell me how much space is in there and anything like this? Do I see anything?
No.
No, right? But if I open a map drive right now, oh, come on. If I open a map drive, can I see the space?
Yeah.
Oh.
0.6 gig.
And a map drive can have more ability, meaning through group policy, through other methods. I can push out map drive to the whole building, and you don't have to do that. You're not going to be doing that. But that's how it works, right? So then you have a map drive for many other purposes too. You may have a map drive for a sales team, and you may have a map drive for your personal stuff, like Layla mail drive. But that folder is on weird. That's on the server. So if I say, let's go here now, and go to this PC, and let's say we say that we're going to create a new folder for Layla only. Right, Layla?
Yeah.
So I'm going to share this with Layla. But of course, we don't have a Layla signed in right now. So I'm going to say help desk is Layla kind of thing, right? Okay. So in your testing, when you create a account in Active Directory as Layla, you log in as Layla, then who are you going to give access to? Layla, right?
Right.
And here I don't have Layla, so I'm just going to use help desk, right? So if I want to map a drive for Layla, what do I need to do first?
Right click on my PC.
Then
Map.
Map
Drive.
network drive.
what do I need to type here now?
Forward slash
This.
DC300. Oh, okay.
That's right.
Layla.
What's missing?
Her name.
A name.
Yeah.
There you go. So Bernal is right. You got to go all the way to what's the path is. So some people may have DC100/group/Layla. You got to go all the way. You cannot. If you have access to the back path, then yes. But if it's a personal drive, you got to go all the way. Because if you're working for a company, they have 1,000 users. You cannot just give an access to a 1,000 users right there, right?
Right.
You have to go all the way to the Layla's last path, and you're going to say finish, and now Layla is added. There you go. So Layla can be working in a folder right here for accounting, for sales, and she's done with that. And Layla can have some personal pictures or something like that for her dog or whatever it is, and she can come over here and put it right here, right? So here's the thing. This is called basic sharing, right? Look at this right now. Can I control Layla by putting a file or there anything? Can I control Layla basically? If I say, guys, don't just put your videos that you went for vacation, don't put it in our map drive. That's our network drive. Why are you hogging our space, right?
Right.
Layla, can I control you right now?
Yes.
How?
Oh, no, you cannot because this is mine.
Yeah. So I can control in one way. I can say that Layla cannot put anything in here. This means I'm going to give you what rights? Read rights. But in the companies, you got to be more, I mean, it doesn't work that way, right? You still have to put some stuff in your drive, right?
Right.
So let's say, for example, you come over here and you put a text file. That's fine, it's a text file. But you come over here, now you put another file, and we're going to change this file to MP3 file now. And how do you change a file in text file into other format? You're going to go all the way to the bottom, all files, and change the extension right here, MP3 or 4. So what I just did, I created MP4 file right here, right? So Layla can do anything right now, right? If I give Layla rights to do her work, which I want her to do her work, but if I want to tell Layla that, Layla, you cannot be putting your videos in here. That's just too much, right? It's like you're putting videos on our system, and we're losing the space because of you. So how can I restrict Layla? Can I just do it with basic read, change, and full rights? I don't think so, right?
I don't think so.
So where do we go to kind of control this stuff?
Group policy?
Group policy is one way, but that's too tedious and nobody's going to do that.
The folder itself.
So Yeah, so the folder set. So what are we going to use to control them? We're going to go back to server, and that's where advanced things will kick in. Now, you don't need to do this because this is a sysadmin doing it, but you need to know what is happening so then next time when you're troubleshooting, you know what's going on, okay? So remember, if we have to make this server more powerful, where do we need to go? Or let me make it. If we need to add a feature or a role into the server, where do we need to go?
Server
Windows
manager.
administrator.
Server
Windows.
manager,
Oh, okay.
Server manager, right?
Oh.
add role.
Because Leila, this is where you can get the roles and features added, right?
Right, right.
So we're gonna do what? Manage
Add roles and features.
roles and features. We're gonna do what?
Next.
Next.
Hold up.
Next.
Go back. Yeah.
Next.
Yeah. Next.
Oh.
Okay, we're gonna go all the way next, right? So now,
Right.
guys, listen to this right here.
Yeah.
This server is already an Active Directory server, but if you have a different server that you install and join it to a domain, that's not gonna be an Active Directory server, but it doesn't matter. Like I said, any server can give different type of roles and features, right? As long as it's connected to the domain. So now, look at this. If we're gonna talk about files and sharing, where do we need to go? We're gonna come over here, files and sharing. We're gonna expand this. And this is what we're looking for. File, server, resource manager. So we got to give this server more rights to be able to do what we are trying to do with Layla right now, right? So we're gonna add it. We're gonna click next, next, install. Everything is next, install. Don't get into more of like why,
Okay.
what's this screen and everything. That's sysadmin stuff right there, right? That's where I'm stopping you at. Like, you don't get into too much. Oh, that feature, this feature, that another feature. What is that feature? That's all sysadmin. So a sysadmin came into play right now. Hadi came in. I told Hadi, hey, we're having an issue with Layla, man. She's always putting her dog pictures in there. She's always putting her videos in there. We gotta stop that. And you're like, okay. Hadi's like, okay, I got a solution right here. Hadi went in there and he's like, okay, I want to put server resource manager in here to control Layla in here, okay? Sorry,
Oh,
Layla,
wow, that's-
picking
I've never done anything like that. But that's so interesting to see how you can control everything on the server. Like you can control everything, you know, you limit pretty much what I can put in the shared drive.
anything. Like I
Yeah.
said, you already know about group policy, right? Group policy can even
Right.
limit you right on all that kind of stuff. But this group policy can become very tedious. This is why they have added this feature, because it's much easier to do this right here, okay?
Right.
So we install this file server feature. So whenever you install a feature in a server, where do you need to go and open it up then?
Server manager, tools.
Okay, can you guys find that?
Tools.
Group policy.
File server.
Resource manager.
File server
File
resource.
server
Below
resource
event.
manager.
Yeah.
So for us to take care of Layla, we need to know, okay, Hadi called me and Hadi's asking me, okay, Danish, what's the file, what's the share path? The first thing we need that, right? So I'm gonna tell Hadi, yeah, her path is, you're gonna first go to where? File screen management, right? So I'm gonna go over here and I'm gonna say to Hadi, I'm gonna, hey, that's the path. So okay, I'm like, okay, good. Right click on it. Oh no. Right. What am I doing? I'm zoning out a little bit. Hold on. Okay, I need to click on file screen itself. So you're gonna click on file screens right here. You're gonna right click here and look what's happening. Create new file screen. Okay? So I create a file screen. In the server, you cannot put // You are already in that server. You have to get in by browse like that, okay? So browse, and where's our path? Help me out.
Local disk.
It's in the local disk, right? And where's Layla?
Layla is where it's folder.
All right, so now I found Layla, and I want Layla, and they give you like a they make it easy for you too. Like you can actually, who do we? Oh, it was Ali. Right? I thought I lost somebody. So guys, okay, I'm getting near to my mission to lock down Layla a little bit right now. Okay, so you see right here, block audio and video file. These are template, but I can also create a customized. If I can put a, I can even, because there are so many different file types. I can even type a file type that nobody can put this kind of file type in our shared drive, right? But I'm just gonna keep it simple: block audio and video file. So what did I do right now? I created a screen on top of that share. Does it, are you guys getting it? On top of that share, I created a screen by using what feature? File server.
Resource manager.
Resource manager. Now, if Layla goes in here and she tried to put the video or audio from her USB or whatever, let's go ahead and she's like, let's say she got this nice video and she had to share with everybody in her department. Hey guys, come here. I got a nice dog video and I'm gonna show it to you guys. And there you go. She put like MP4 in there, right? She's downloading this huge file in her folder and she's gonna say save and replace and okay. And oh, I saved the same text file here. Sorry about that. Let's delete this one. Is MP4 audio or video? It's video, right? What? Sorry,
Yeah.
Layla, you're good. You're too good. We messed up something over here. Okay. We messed. Okay, where did we mess up though? What are we doing? Find my mistake.
We're not the Z drive.
This is
Ah, good job, Eddie. I mean, look, we're not in the
guessed.
Layla. We're actually working in sales right now. So we gotta go back where? We gotta go back here. We're
Layla.
working right here, but our filters is set on where? Layla. So let's do the same process in Layla's right now. Let's see here. We got the file. So she can put a normal file in there, right? Document, text file, Excel. I want her to work. Yes, she's doing her work. No problem with her. She's not complaining about work, right? We're not messing with her work, right? So now she suddenly decided to put a 50 GB file of her dog or cat, right? All right, there you go. What happens now?
I don't have permission.
So you guys see how controlling IT can become, right? And why we need this because of the issues like that. I mean, we had these issues. Why did they develop this feature? Because we had these issues, right, Layla?
Yeah.
People were hogging spaces, complaining we don't have space anymore. So you have to control your people too, right?
What's stopping them
Right.
from changing the name of the video file to text and putting it there?
What's that, sorry?
What's stopping them from taking the video file, changing it to text file, putting it on there?
Yeah. So what's stopping her? What's stopping her right now?
This thing, the screen file.
Oh no, I thought you were asking them a question.
No, I'm asking you.
Oh.
So yeah, the screen share like this because you define that block audio and video.
Right. But I'm saying, okay, if you go on the desktop, right?
If you change the file extension, can you pull it, right?
So go to the Z drive you were in earlier.
A Z drive.
The map, the Z one. Go up sales.
Oh, okay. Uh-huh.
Right. So take that, the new text document that's MP4.
Oh, you mean like drag and drop it?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. Good one. So let's say Layla is being very tricky right here, okay? She put a USB, she put it on her USB, that MP4. She knows that, you know, if I rename the file, of course she's not gonna do that, right? It's gonna be a full-blown MP4 file directly, right? And she just copied and drop it into, so Hadi, there you go.
All right. So now hit cancel. Go back to the MP4. Now change that to TXT.
That's what,
Oh, you were saying that you can trick it.
Yeah, just put .txt.
Let's find out. Are you okay, guys? This is a good scenario right now. Why am I not able to change the extension here?
I'm sorry, what?
Why am I not able to change the extension? This is not TXT. This is still MP4. I'm not able to see. Like, look at the types right here.
Because you
This
just
is actually,
changed the name of it, not the.
by the way, this is an interview question. I actually came across this. Somebody can test you. This is very easy stuff right here because this is normal stuff that works in the company. So if I come over here, how can I change the extension of a file? Because this is still MP4.
You have to click, right click.
You have to click on View and look on the right side. File name and extension. Show that. Watch this. You see? So when I show extension, you look at this. I just changed it to .txt. Still MP4 is there, right? So Hadi's telling me to change it to what? Hadi?
TXT.
TXT. So I changed it. If I change it, this is going to break this whole file, and it changed right there, right?
Now I'll drop that in there.
So say Hadi's saying, okay, go ahead and now drop this into here. So
There you go, Layla. Now you can save files there.
you can save file, but can Layla open it?
No,
she can never open it. She won't open it. I'm sure. So this is why, I mean, they're not going to develop a system that's going to be dumb enough for people to just change extensions and that will just make it work, because renaming won't work and drag and drop won't work.
So what I was trying to tell you guys was, I was trying to show you guys, there are going to be users out there who are pretty smart and they're going to act dumb.
They're going to try to do this stuff, yeah.
You're going to try to do this stuff and you might be remoting into their machine and you're going to detect something like this. And, you know, you can question it, but, you know, if you detect something, somebody's trying to violate the policies in certain ways, you know, just tell your manager, say, hey, this is what I've noticed and things like that. And, you know, they can take actions depending on, you know, what the company's policy is. So you're going to run across a lot of users who are pretty sneaky and trying to find the loopholes in the system. I used to be one of those until I got caught, but it's okay.
So here's the thing, Layla, if you try to be very smart and you try to do this again and again and you try to like trick the system, and we see that you are kind of like, how would you say, how would a system administrator know this stuff? Look at this. I can even see what you're doing right now. Exactly what you're doing right there. Your machine, your name, you're trying to save it over here. And this is why when Ali was showing you in the beginning how we use Event Viewer for anything, any errors, any events, a system administrator have like an eagle eye on you right now. See, like he can see everything, right? So then he will call you later that, okay, Layla, you're trying to do this like 10 times. Why are you doing this, right?
Right. And
it can be also automated. That message that you just saw, I can get an email. I don't even have to go here. It'll come to my email. Now we do this for security reasons too, because a sysadmin is not just there's a security administrator in a company. Sometimes you will be working in a company that you are like everything. So the companies that I work mostly, I am kind of like a half security person, and I have to do certain things like this for crypto. Remember that what's that Lockheed crypto came in and encrypted the whole bank, and the bank has to pay, the hospital has to pay about $350,000
ransomware.
Like ransomware, there you go. So for that, in defense to that, we had to come across a lot of these type of things like this. So we have to find, let's say, 100,000 different type of extensions, and it has to be automated. So anytime it would hit our systems, and it did hit it, and they were not able to encrypt our files. Why? Because that extension was blocked. So this is where you can make a big amount of money, because the things that you can do later on with this. So now you know, right? Now you know there's something more advanced out there. Later on, you can do these things. It gives you more motivation to learn these things, right? It's like, hey, there's more I can do. I can make my life much easier, and I can make my IT work much interesting, because now I can, you see how I can see everything, I can do everything, I can manage everything. So I can manage 5,000 users with no issues. I don't care. I mean, my skills are enough to manage 5,000 users, but your skills may not be enough right now, right? So this is where your goal should be, to move up like that. So that the training is designed that way, right? I would have never shown you this if I thought, if I was going to teach you A+ kind of stuff, there's no way I'm going to show you this whole example today. Why? Because I wanted to make more money then. I wanted you to come back. I would show you level 2 stuff. Then I will show you level 3 stuff. Then I'll show you some customized stuff. So then how much money am I going to make out of you guys? $1,000 more, another $1,000 more. So I'll probably make $6,000 out of you easily. Make sense?
Yeah.
But we're not doing that. We don't want you to come back and take this type of training again. You know, learn everything you have and move up. And when you want to move up, then come back and invest, because now you're making more money. Because of course, that's different skills there. That's a total different career, right?
Right.
Okay, so that's done. File sharing is done. Of course, like I said, you're gonna go back to the testout.com and you're gonna learn every single boring stuff about sharing, like what is sharing, what is this, what is NTFS, what is that, all that you know, text type of stuff. Like you're gonna open this file sharing facts, and it's gonna tell you system, roots, NA, and it's gonna bore the hell out of you. So that's fine. You know, you have to deal with that. But now, if somebody asks you about, if you got a call today and they're having an issue and they're seeing permission issues, you know what it is, right?
Yeah.
I'm sure you guys need to do more practice, but at least it's not gray, right? It's not like totally out of the blue, right?
Right.
Okay. So now, moving on, we're going to move on because it's a flow right now. We're going to learn about software installation right now, right? A software installation can only be done because you know about what?
File sharing.
File sharing, because you need to have access to install something. So now it will make more sense to teach you software installation because you know how file sharing works. We're going to learn how to install a software, right? So I'm sure by working in your own company, how many times you have requested your help desk to install a software for you? I'm sure you did something, right?
Yeah.
Anybody, can anyone give me an example? What did you request and what did they come and install it for you? Anything that rings a bell?
Yes.
PCH.
So for example, sometime when we're remoting out to facilities, I may ask, I did ask, could you install, what's that software name? I forgot the name of it, but I asked them to install something to help me with VPN so I could remote out to my facility.
Probably like some kind of AnyConnect or whatever they're using. Or
Yeah. Yeah.
It's like a software. Yeah, I see. I see what.
Yeah.
So any software, it doesn't matter what you're installing in the company. As a user, you don't have the rights because you are a domain user. You're not a domain admin, right?
Right.
So for you to practice this, yeah, go ahead, Leila.
So like my company, we have a software center where you can install software. There are specific software that you're allowed to install, but not all of them. So does that mean now they give you the rights to install those kind of software?
Oh yeah, that's like, okay, so they have done a little proactive approach because they're not, some certain softwares are so generic that everybody's calling, right? I need a browser, I need Firefox, I need this.
Right.
So they are already approved. So a company have a system that they can approve softwares and put it for you through some system where you don't need rights for it. You simply double click on it. For example, in Bernal situation, he could have went to that system. The system has already given him rights, so Bernal can even install it from himself. So he doesn't even need to call IT.
Right.
But like I said, that's not going to be a scenario in most of the companies. Most of the companies don't like to give that kind of, availability to users. They will call help desk for everything, right?
Right.
So it's company to company. I mean, like I said, if they give a user rights, of course they're still going to use that, but there are going to be situation that you're going to get a call that's not a part of that, approved software, right? Then what do you do after that? So the first thing is to, of course, this is again a policy thing. You got to make sure that whatever people are requesting, you know that this software is allowed for me to give access to a user, because you have to then ask a coworker, a manager, or somebody to that, hey, can I really install this software? Or you can ask them, what is the procedure of installing a software? So then they may even send you a form, or maybe they say, hey, it has to go through a process, or they may just say, no, just do your own research, make sure you're not installing a bad software. If you're confused or you're not sure, then ask me as a manager, I can approve it for you. Make sense?
Yes.
So the first thing you guys should do for practice, you guys should log into your domain controller machine, and you should create an account, like a dummy account, for a normal user account in Active Directory. Okay? Because what we're gonna do, we're gonna have to learn it how users log in, right? So we have, let's say we create Ali in here, okay? Eddie, are you there?
His mic is turned off.
Yeah, I was just sneaking some soup. Sorry.
Oh, okay, sorry. No, I was just making sure that you were here. So we're gonna have to click next here. We're creating Ali. We created Ali now, and I'm not gonna make Ali an admin, right? I'm just adding a normal user here, right?
Yeah.
So
Yes.
for you to practice on a machine, you can pick up any machine. You can even build a new machine, but why invest that kind of time when you have the one machine that can do everything for you? All you have to do is to sign out from the machine that you are using, and you log in as who to test?
Yeah.
Ali, right? You're gonna log in as Ali to test
The local
this.
user, yeah.
Yeah, not local. Ali is a domain user. We just added Ali into which? Into where?
Directory.
Oh,
We added Ali
Okay.
to Active Directory. So you gotta log in as Ali. Consider Ali just sat down in front of the computer. This is his first day. He have everything, Outlook, everything. You did all that job right there. But Ali is coming for the first time, and Ali is, let's say, what do I call it? Ali is, let's say, man, which one should I pick right here? There's so many. Let's say Ali is a marketing manager, and he needs to have access to certain tools, or Ali is used to Firefox. Let's make it simple. Ali just came from a different company. Ali sat down in front of the computer. You did all that stuff before, right? You added it to domain. You put the Outlook for him. Everything is set up for Ali. But Ali still needs something else now, right? So Ali calls you. Let's do Eddie. Eddie, go ahead and pick up the call.
hi, this is IT Help Desk. Eddie speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, Eddie, it's my first day. I logged into the computer. Everything is working fine. Thank you for setting it up for me. How can I install Firefox on my machine? Can you help me with this? Then what would you do now?
I would tell him.
Let me twist this scenario right here a little bit. Remember, let's say, Eddie, you just started working in the company. Now, this has to be a little bit political statement in here, okay? I'm going to add some politics in here. So, Bernal and Leila, watch this out. This is little politics in here. Let's say you started your work, and this is your 5th day in the work. And let me just change it a little bit. Let's say Ali is an old employee. He's a director. And Ali called you the same way. You picked up the call, and I'm a director now, and now you're talking to me. I need a Firefox on my machine. How would you deal with me?
This is assuming that I would know whether that's allowed.
Let's say it's allowed.
Okay.
So go ahead and pick up the call and kind of flow. Let's do the flow.
Okay. Hi, this is IT Help Desk. Eddie speaking. How can I help you?
Hey, Eddie. Hey, how are you? I'm actually, I need actually Firefox because I have to do a lot of work, and some of the things I like to use Firefox for at my other computer. So in this computer, I don't have Firefox, and I know it's a approved software. So can you help me out with that? What would you do?
Sure. Do you see on the bottom of your task, on the bottom of your screen, do you see a letter E?
Uh-huh.
You can double click on that.
Okay.
And do you see a window open up?
Yes.
And do you see up on top, there's like a area that you can type in? It may have, so you can move your mouse inside there
And I
and
click
then
on it. Okay.
hit backspace and
Okay.
it should
Now,
clear
okay.
out.
Let me make it fast forward. I know Google. I know how to go to Firefox.
Okay.
But this is a wrong answer right there. Here why. I'll tell you why. What's the politics behind this? If you remember, and if I ask in the beginning, I say this is your 5th day and a director is calling you. Wouldn't it makes more sense for you to say, hey, let me come to your office and do it for you? Think about this. This is your 5th day. You don't want to be getting into do this, do that, do this, and you already knew. You may even not know how to even do this process correctly, and you're already pissing off a director right now. Doesn't look good, and it doesn't look good anyways. Leila, you wouldn't want someone to so brand new to tell you and guide you, which you can just walk for 2 minutes, come down to my office and do for them, right?
Yeah.
Why do we prefer doing that? Because you gotta make a relationship. Customer service is one of the main things that you need to make sure you nail it down, because that's where you're going to become a proper IT professional. That's where you're going to get a raise. That's where you can go out of that business and know how to deal with users very quickly, because that's something you got to keep in your mind. I'm not going to like it if you're a brand new person and you're just like, man, this person didn't even come and, try to communicate with me, right? And this person is my support person. You see? So the first political, that's why I call it politics right there.
Yes.
Because you got to go in there, you got to make that connection, take over their machine, and then do it for them. Okay, that's one scenario. But you may say, hey, what if the person is working remotely? Then yes, you got to remote into that machine, right? Now, remoting in skills, are you going to learn in phase 2? Once you learn in phase 2, we're going to show you different videos from us, because it gets too advanced then. So then when you go through the phase 2 phase, then you will get videos from us. We already done this on YouTube as well. Then you're going to understand the whole remoting stuff, right? It's much easier for you to understand it that way than me explaining it to you and I spend another 2 hours with you, okay? So that's 2 things right there. You got to make sure in the beginning, I don't even want you to do remote stuff. I want you to go knock on their door, get into the computers, let me take over.
Okay.
But if they are having if they already downloaded a file and they are having some kind of prompts, then maybe it is worth it to just remote in. But again, if it's a local business, please walk in there. For how many days? For at least 3 months or 2 months, just to know them, just to know everybody. Okay. Once you develop that connection with that people, then of course it doesn't make sense for you to walk into the building with 10 floors out there, and you walk in for something so small. You already developed the connection. They already know you. You can even joke around with them. Hey, let me do it remotely right now. This is such an easy thing. Let me just do it for you. Even then, you're not guiding the person. You're actually taking over the machine. Have you seen so many times the IT person will just take over your screen because they're using certain type of systems, which, like I said, you're going to learn later. They're using SCCM. They're using either some kind of cloud tool, or they're using some kind of remote tool, and they take over your machine, which is something you're going to learn later, because you can only do remote troubleshooting when you can do manual troubleshooting. You cannot do remote troubleshooting if you don't even know how to do it manually, right? Yeah. Make sense to you guys?
Yeah.
Yes.
That's why you are level 1 in the beginning, because they want you to do everything manually, so you understand if remote is not working, then you can at least fix it by going out there. But if you can do it remotely, that means you went above your skills and now you're good, you're comfortable, you got into the machine, and you're so smooth that you can walk around their machine. You're not just playing around there with the machine like left and right, right? You don't know. Yeah. So it buys you 2 things. If they call you, then you're going to say, hey, let me come down there. There's a big thing for you right there. When you say, let me come down there, doesn't mean you're going to start running out there, right? It buys you what? Time.
A little time.
So you do what? You research.
Look it up.
and you go there so you don't look bad in front of them.
Mm.
It's not going to look good if you go there and you're trying to download a file and you don't even know how to even install a file manually for them right on their machine right in front of them.
Mm.
So that practice, this is why I like to say that in my recording, so then you understand it's not just learning skills, it's how to use it, how to politically use it, how to be better at customer service, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
So now if I want to install Firefox, there's certain methods, right? The first method is this.
Yes.
You're going to go to Google, just like you do it at home, right? You're going to Firefox download, right?
Okay.
You're going to click on download, and you're going to click on download now, Leila. You're watching it, right?
Yeah.
And simply you just run the file, right? That's it, right? And then download just started, right? No
Yeah.
problem, right?
Yeah.
This is we call this a manual installation of a software, right?
Yes.
So what's happening now?
The username and password.
But can
Admin.
Ali install it?
Oh.
Let's see.
So
Administrative.
what do I need to type over here, guys? If you look on the left side, how do I find what do I need to type over here? This is very important.
We need the. Do we need the domain path again? I'm not sure.
Yeah. So where do I go to find that? We
You
know
click
what
on
we know what it is, right? DC
100.
100.
Job skill.
no job skills. Remember, this is not
backslash.
the prompt is going to be always
Mhm.
a net BIOS name, which we
Okay.
remember. You're going to get these type of prompts all over the network, right? It doesn't matter what they do. If they don't have access, they're going to get this prompt. So you got to understand this. So DC 100, then who are installing it for them?
Help desk.
Help desk, right?
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Why didn't it work?
It says username password is incorrect. Oh.
It's
see.
incorrect. But here's the thing. Here's the thing. This is going to confuse also you guys. You still need to make sure is DC 100 correct in this lab? Is this a correct net BIOS? Remember, when we were installing Active Directory, there was an extra zero right there. You see why it's so important to know that?
Yeah.
But luckily for you guys, companies will not make it that hard for you. They will be using what? CAC, HQ, headquarter, so easy. HQ slash help desk, CC slash help desk, bank slash help desk, right?
Yeah.
They're gonna make it easy. The reason I made it hard for you, so you understand that what's happening over here, okay? So if I type DC 1000 help desk, is it working?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No
So you get calls just like this. This is not because a user cannot install a software. This is because a user don't have
Access.
Right.
Permission.
permission. The permission is coming from where?
From
Server.
Active Directory group policy. Blah, blah, blah.
Active Directory. Don't say group policy. Active Directory. So Active Directory is right there. But now, is it making more sense to you guys? Why you guys learn Active Directory first?
Yes.
Again, I'm going to keep saying that again and again, because if you get these things down, that's it. You got into IT. The rest is you see it, you look at it, you research, you go to Google, you ask people, but you know what it is. Make sense?
Yeah.
Yes.
So, I mean, it can be that the software installation can be like this. I mean, think about it. Let's make a scenario right. How else can I make my life easy to install Firefox? If everybody's calling about Firefox, then one thing is that we should have a system. And system like Leila's one, right? They're going to put Firefox for you. You don't call us. But like I said, what if a company is not using that type of system? What else can you do to make your life easy? Like if I ask you, Bernal, you have 300 users in your company right now. And the 300 users all of a sudden ask, this new thing came in Firefox, and everybody's, I want Firefox because it's so awesome. They have this new thing in there. 300 tickets, Bernal. That's for you, 300 tickets. Are you going to go to their offices and start installing 300 like that?
No, you gotta do it on the server, or I'm sorry, on the
Let's
Active
say you
Directory.
don't, let's not even go that far yet.
Oh, okay.
What can you make it even manually? Let's say you still have to go to their office. Or you can remote into their machines using some kind of system, which you're going to learn later on after phase 2. But let's say you can even do that. But how can you make your life easy? What can you cut down? What step can you cut down to make sure you're not downloading Firefox again and again?
The downloading part.
Oh,
So you're going to go to server and you're going to make a share.
okay. Yeah.
And in the share, let's say this is an IT folder now, okay? So what are you going to do? You're going to put Firefox in here, right? You're going to download it once. Leila, did you get this?
Where did you click? Didn't see
In the share, like so,
Okay.
you're gonna go to the share in the server, because listen, in 300 machines, you're not gonna go and download Firefox again, right?
Yeah.
All you have to do, yes, this is still manual, by the way. You gotta go to the machine, or you have to remote in the machine, and all you gotta do is to go to the share folder like that, right? And just open up and then run a. I don't. Of course, Ali don't have access to that folder. We have to give access to it. But he has to open it from there, and that's it. You're done. And then you're gonna still use what? Username and password for 300 machines. That's still pretty manual, guys. Even if you download the Firefox in the share folder, yes, that saves you a little time, but still that's pretty manual. You gotta still do all the process, right?
Mm-hmm.
Or another method is this. Some people are not at their desk. They say, hey, why don't you do it when I'm at the meeting, or maybe I'm telecommuting? Just do it then. So you're going to log in with your profile, so then you're not going to need that username and password. You just directly install it, right? But Banair, that's still 300 users. You still have to log into their machine. Think about that time. Logging in, going to the share, double-clicking on Firefox. So let's say 10 minutes. 10 minutes multiplied by 300 machines. That's still crazy.
Right.
So how can we make this more easy for ourselves? So this is where, guys, we gotta twist it a little bit now. This training, you gotta learn more well-known tools in the market that if you talk about it, they know you're an IT person. Why? Because millions of people, IT people, are using certain product to do this kind of work. So that makes you an IT professional. Why? Because you know about a product that makes our life easy. That makes our resume start talking because of the keyword. So let's go ahead and open the resume here so that we don't forget, why are we doing this training again? So if you guys remember, you guys are doing all this stuff right here, but products are important. Now, we're not going to cover every single product in these resume because it's a phase 2, it's a combination of videos, and then after phase 3, we're going to send you some videos. It's a combination of a lot of different things that makes these things talk, right? So here you go. Why are we going to talk about this product today? Because if you go to internet, PDQ, this is what we're going to talk about. If you go to Indeed.com and you type PDQ, look at the titles. Help desk, system administrator, help desk, and are they talking about PDQ in there? Let's see.
Yep.
Guys, you see how we do these things now? Look at PDQ right there. Does it make sense to you now? Why we choose to put products in our trainings? Because that makes you look good in front of people. That makes you talk like an IT person. That makes you sell yourself because you know more than other people now. Nobody will teach you this stuff in A+ because they can't. It's a company, it's a vendor. They cannot go into vendors, and we can do it because that's a design of our training. They can't do it. Why? Because then every vendor will say, hey, CompTIA A+ is a non-profit company, and that's Why aren't they saying our name? It's like a sales for them, right? Why are they favoring a company out there? But do we care? Are we we're not nonprofit, right? We don't care. We made our own product. Nobody's telling us what to do and what not, right? We don't have a body here, right? So we only do what we think is the best for you right now. So A+ can't do this while we can, so we have to put these products out there to make your resume talk. So when they start scanning your resume, they detect these key terms by systems. So then they may put a key term in there to say PDQ, look for PDQ, look for SCCM, look for this, look for that, and boom, your resume comes up right there because it has that key term. So is it making sense?
Yes.
Yes.
PDQ. Yeah.
Okay, so now let's go back. To make our life easy, we need to know about PDQ. PDQ is extremely simple software that basically came from a systems administrator background. These guys are systems administrator plus programmers. So you can see their skill level is kind of like on a different level because they are programmers and they're like us. So you basically turn me into now a programmer, I'll probably create a program to make your life easy, right? So they did the same thing. So for PDQ, you need to install it on the system first, and we will use our server, okay? So we're gonna go straight to PDQ. And you're installing this on what? On a server, okay? So guys, on a server, things are more restricted. So you see, I'm not able to do that. How can I get away with that? You're not gonna keep adding every link in here, right? So you're gonna close this, close everything, and you're gonna open Server Manager, okay? And you're gonna go where? Local server. Because in the server, you have more restricted security. So you need to make sure you turn off the IE enhanced security configuration to off. Did you guys get that?
Yeah. Security.
So you turned it off, and now if I go to IE and I try to go to Google, it's not gonna ask me for all that security questions. You see that right there? You see, I can get into Google without any problem because I turn off the security, okay? So then you're gonna do is PDQ deploy is a download. Here we're gonna do PDQ deploy download. Once you go in there, you're gonna click on PDQ download, this link right here, and we are gonna install a free version of PDQ. This guy is the owner of this actually. No, I don't wanna chat with you, man. When I accept the cookies, okay. So I'm going to download free. Now here's the thing. I don't want you guys to get confused with PDQ and you have to learn it so much and everything. Just know that you can do this, practice it, and use it in your resume. But if you want to learn this at a very advanced level, you can go to their YouTube channel. They have tons of videos. They have thousands of videos on how to deploy things, okay? So that's not something that I want you guys to get in right now. Deployment is even, again, that's like Active Directory. Deployment can have its own job, and you can be making 80K or 75K by deploying a softwares to, let's say, 5,000 machines. You gotta be at a very good skill level to do this stuff. But you doing it this right now to understand that how IT works, okay? So we're gonna run this application. So Leila, you're following, right?
Yes.
Making sense?
Hey, Danish. Once you download this, do you have to go back and turn the Internet Explorer security settings back on, or
You have to turn. No, you don't know.
just
turn
leave
on.
it?
Yeah. Of course, you're not doing this at work servers, right? You're not going to have access to it. You're going to be doing this on a help desk machine. But I'm just showing you they may already have a product like this already. So you're learning the skills of deployment rather than saying, oh, am I going to do this in my work or not? You have to approve. You have to get approved before you install something like this. But what I'm teaching you, they already have something like this in your office to make your job easy. So all you got to know after this is to learn their product, how they're doing the things, while you already have some kind of, knowledge how deployment works. Okay.
Yeah.
So Danish, just one quick question. So the difference, you can't just go PDQ download, you gotta do PDQ deploy.
Yes, good point. You gotta do PDQ deploy because they have two products. One is inventory and one is deploy. In inventory, we're gonna come back later on, okay?
Okay.
So we're just downloading a tool that can make our life easy for that 300 machines. I don't want to be going to 300 machines to install Firefox or any other products out there, right? I want to do everything from my machine, my help desk machine or my server. So once you install PDQ, you're going to click next, accept the agreement. Just click next with everything, okay? Install. So here another thing will come up, and why I say that you got to master the Active Directory part of it, because every admin level application is going to be like this. So we're going to launch PDQ. So what do I do?
Next.
We're going to use which version? Free.
Free.
So which account can I use over here? You see, PDQ software is smart enough to go out there and says that you are a part of a domain and this is the domain name. So it already picked the domain for you. And it already picked the username that you're using. So all you got to do is what? Put the password, right? And we're going to click on finish.
How did it know we were the administrator again?
Because this application is smart enough to know that you are a part of Active Directory, it can go and pick it up for you.
Okay.
That's built-in application. That's not me. It's just that's how they built it.
Yes.
So there you go. All you got to do is install, put the password of the admin account, and now you got a system that can do that 300 machines job for you. So how does it work in PDQ? It's very simple. And why we love it. Why millions of IT people are using it. Why they're putting this in job description. Because it made our life extremely easy, right? So they have this package library right here. So in their server, what they do is they put software for you, which is already common for deployment. For example, 7-zip. You probably heard that, right?
Yeah.
Zip file.
Zip file, 7-zip, many different files, right? But you're not going to get access to this stuff because this is what? This is paid.
Oh.
This is paid stuff, and they only allow you to do only certain things. But we're not interested in that. I mean, you're not relying on their library. You got to create your own package. You got to understand how deployments work, right? So let's say, have you guys heard of FileZilla, by the way? Anyone?
FileZilla, it's the transfer files, right? Makes it easy.
Yeah. Any Leila, Bernal, you guys any heard of that file or any other file that transfer files or anything?
No.
Oh.
First time.
Basically, it's like a client, just like a VPN client. You install it and you connect to a server so other people can give you files, big files through that software. Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So in this case, let's say, for example, Eddie knows about it. So Eddie requested that I need a FileZilla on my machine. And then 300 other people requested we need a FileZilla on our machine. So we already know the manual way, right? You can go, you can download FileZilla, and you can run it, and you can install it. Got it, right? Now, how do I deploy FileZilla to 300 machines? That's kind of scenario right now, right? So before I deploy a software, what do I need to do with the software itself? Where do I need, I mean, like if I need to deploy FileZilla, where do I need to get FileZilla from?
But
I mean, if I want to download, I already said download. If I want to get the FileZilla, I need to go to FileZilla site, right?
Yeah, and download.
I mean, nobody owns that, right? They own it, right? Any type of software, you got to go to their link and download it first, right? To the internet. So I got to go to Google and download FileZilla. FileZilla download. So I'm going to go to what? Leila, I'm going to go to their site, right?
Yeah.
And I'm going to download this client. Let's say this is the client. And I'm going to download it. So in any deployment, you got to make sure you download the file first before you do any deployment. You can't do a deployment if you don't have a file, right?
Right.
Yeah.
So in deployments, the way it works, you still need to make a share folder because other users are going to get it from this folder, so it got to have access. So any type of system that deploy files got to have a folder, okay? So we're going to make a folder here, and we're going to call it deploy. And I'm going to do the same sharing. Properties, where do I go?
Sharing.
Share.
Advanced. Share this folder.
And I'm going to give permission to everybody. And I'm just going to add domain users, mean everybody, whoever is a user in our domain. Make sense?
Right.
So done, right? So what's the path?
Double backslash.
100 deploy.
Okay, so now I need, when I'm downloading that file, where do I need to put that file? In that path, right?
And there.
There you go. You're going to go to C. And in C, where do I need to put this?
Deploy.
Deploy.
Oh, and I'm going to save it there, right? So guys, if I put that in there into this folder, is anything happening? Will it go to 300 machines right now?
No.
No, you have to share
No.
them.
I already shared it, but I'm not doing anything. I didn't do anything with the application yet, right?
Right.
So I gotta open this application now again to create a package. Every time you deploy something in a company, you create a package. Okay? A package contains what? What did we just downloaded?
What's in there? The files, is it,
A package should contain the file that I need to deploy, right?
yeah.
So now, how do we create a package in PDQ? You're gonna click on this little icon right here. So you see this, Bernal?
Yeah,
New package.
new
I'm
package.
gonna make this a little bigger right here. You see this
Yeah.
right here, package?
Yeah.
Yeah.
So package is right there. We're gonna create a package for the first time. And I'm gonna basically come over here. And then what do? I need to name the package,
The
right?
package. Yeah.
File, Zilla.
Zilla. Okay.
Once you name the package, then you're gonna come where? On the bottom, steps, right? What do you want to do with this package? Then it's gonna do what? I wanna install it, right?
So,
The rest of the things are blocked because we don't have that, and that's advanced. We don't care about that. Okay? Install. So now this is where things gets technical, and I just want you to know it and practice it by watching this video, but don't get into too detail. Okay? So what do I need to do? Install file is what is that?
Is that
Where do I
the
need to go?
executable?
That's the executable. Perfect. See?
deploy.
FileZilla. So as soon as I picked the executable, look at this. It created a share. Look at that. / $C, all that stuff is there, right? And on the bottom, it created this command line, but let's forget about that for now. And I'm going to save this package. We saved it. I'm going to close it. So what happened here, guys? We created a first.
FileZilla.
We created a package, right?
Yeah.
Now you tell me, did I deploy it to this machine?
No, not.
Not yet, right? But now, what did I do?
Yeah.
You just downloaded it to the package. It's
I
sitting out
just
there
created-
in your.
I just created a package.
Yeah.
Create a package.
So to deploy it to the machine, I got to go to the deploy.
Oh, okay.
and you're gonna go to deploy once. So here's the cool part and why we love Active Directory and these tools and everything, because it's connected. So if I have 300 machines in Active Directory, all I gotta do is choose target and look what? Active Directory, computers,
Okay.
and boom, whoever is in my Active Directory, 300 machines are right in front of me right now. So I can pick all of these 3 machines right now, Bernal, and I can just drop it on the right side and I can shoot it out.
That easy. Okay.
But here's the thing. If you're a brand new technician, would you ever take a risk like this?
No way.
Now this seems pretty cool. And if somebody say, hey, Eddie, go and install 300, Eddie, go and install FileZilla on 300 machines. And you're level 1, and you just started working, and this is your 3rd week. Are you gonna go to your boss and say, hey, that's too much, man. Why can't I use a FileZilla out there? You're probably gonna get fired. Why? Because you're just jumping too ahead right now, right? But here's another thing about this too. It's not about just suggesting to somebody. What if you deploy FileZilla to 300 machines? You're so new to IT, and because of that FileZilla deployment, you broke all 300 machines now. What happens?
Yeah.
Now you see why I like to stop my training and kind of like make sure I give you some warnings? Because if you do deploy this FileZilla to 300 machines, guys, your life is going to be hell. Right? If it break that machines right there because of your deployment, you got a problem.
Yeah.
So the first thing you should do in a deployment is what? You're not going to blindly pick all the machines. You're going to do what?
Pick maybe one to test it.
Test it. But you're not going to pick also a CEO machine to test it, right?
Nope.
You don't want to break your CEO machine. You have to have your own testing machine. So the first thing you should do in your company is to request them, hey, I'm so new to this stuff. Can I have a testing machine so I can learn? Even if I have to install a software, even if I have to do it manually, can I have a testing machine? They'll give it to you. Okay? All right, guys, let's take a little break. I'm having a little hard time breathing right now, so I kind of stop my breathing too much when I'm talking.
That's
so
all right.
I'm struggling right now. So let's take a 10 minutes break and come back, okay?
Okay.
All right.
All
Let me
right.
breathe a little bit, okay? All right, let's go back to the deployment. We are right here. And let's log into the server. And let's log into Ali machine because we got to deploy this to 300 machines and Ali is one of that machine, right? So now Ali is using what machine? Guys, help me out. Which machine is this? Help desk 100, right? And we already picked that. So we're going to click OK. And what do you do now? All you got to do, you pick the machines, and this check mark represent what? This check mark represent that the machine is currently live. It's working. If you see a triangle or some other check mark, this means the machine is not up and running. So what do you have to do? You have to turn the machine on, right? Right?
Yes.
And if the machine is still not getting through, then this means there are some certain issues going on, meaning the firewall is turned on or some other technical issues that's going on that you can research then why this is not up in the network. But most likely if it's connected to a domain, it's working in a network, you won't have issues like that, okay? So I clicked on deploy now. So watch what happens, Benil. It's going out there and you see the status right here. It says connecting, right? Are you guys watching my screen?
There's lots of noise in the background.
Yeah, we're here.
I think we'll hear Ali.
Yeah. Oh, okay.
Ali, you there? Oh, let me mute Ali. There you go.
Okay, we're better.
You shut Ali down. All right. So guys, it was connecting. It didn't connect it. I mean, it's on the
It
network.
failed. Yeah.
It failed. So what's up with this? Why is this happening? Okay, now here's the thing. You guys, this is an IT, right? You guys are IT professionals now. It failed. So what should be the first thing for you to troubleshoot this issue? Think about it. Like, I mean, what should be the first thing you guys should think about? Like, okay, the machine is not getting, like, you're not seeing this, right? Like, you're not going to have a virtual machine like this, which you have two machines right there. It's in a building somewhere, right? You're sitting in front of your machine, Bernard, and you're doing deployment. You cannot see that machine, right?
Right.
So the first thing, what would you do to first figure out, is that machine even up and running?
Can we ping it?
Ah, perfect. The first troubleshooting thing that you need to know, ping. It's so simple, but it's so important that even if you have a 12-year or 12+ year of experience like me, I'm using it every day. You got that, Leila?
Yes.
You got to master to know that, okay, if I cannot access that machine, somebody's is getting failed. This means my machine is not accessing that machine. So first thing you should do what?
Ping.
And how do you do ping?
Command, CMD.
Yeah.
And
CMD. What do I need to type?
IP config.
No.
Oh.
PING, ping,
Ping.
ENG then.
space, and then the name of the
Okay.
computer, which is
Help desk.
Help Desk 100.
Is ping working here?
Timed out. Nope.
Why is that not working?
Good. Well,
Maybe what you
Well, I
put
think-
in the typing or the space, shouldn't there be a backslash there or something?
Nope.
Oh,
Pinging
okay.
has no backslashes. This is how it works with pinging. So definitely for command line stuff, you have to go back to day one, what Ali was teaching you. So make sure you guys focus on that, because that's something we already cover, right?
Mm-hmm.
So day one is definitely going to be important for you, because if you don't know how to ping, then it's going to be hard for you to do your job, right? So we already know it's not working, but who can verify to me that it's not working? Because where's the confirmation?
Request timed out.
Okay, that's fine, but that's still not a confirmation, right?
Okay.
The confirmation is that it's 100% loss, right?
Yeah.
You guys get it? It's not working. The thing is not working.
Yeah,
So,
you're right. Uh-huh.
so the first thing you need to do is to make sure, is the computer on? Is the Ethernet connected to that machine, right? There are certain things. The computer is on. You check the Ethernet. Ethernet is working. You went into the machine and you did IP config on that machine. It's getting an IP address, and that machine can get to the internet. So you know that this is not a network issue, right? So you got to know that, okay, what else is happening in this machine? Remember, every single machine comes with what?
Firewall.
Firewall. Oh, okay.
I was
There's
thinking
firewall.
that. But
Yeah, firewall is blocking it. Oh, okay.
Yes, every computer that you buy comes with its own personal firewall. So that's by default is protecting you, right?
Interesting.
In the company you don't use this internal firewall. They use much bigger level firewall. So that's where they don't come across issues like tiny issues, because a computer may be blocking something, right?
Yeah.
So companies manage their firewall. That's why we're not getting into firewall, because in TestOut.com, where are you gonna learn about firewall?
Second.
In security, right? You're gonna learn all of that in security right here. Firewalls. You see this? Bernal, you're watching here?
Yes, sir.
Firewalls.
Yeah.
And we're not gonna touch too much on firewall here, because you're gonna learn on that. But for you to do this lab, you gotta turn off firewall. How do you turn off? You just need to simply click on it. But can a normal user turn off firewall?
No.
So what do I need to type over here? DC?
DC 100. Help
100 or 100
1000.
or
1,000. 1,000.
there's 1,000 on the bottom.
Yeah.
It's hidden, right? But now
Yeah.
that's why I made it. So I want to make you more confused, right?
Okay.
All right. So now we can turn on firewall for this person because I put my password. I turn it off, turn it off, turn it off. I have to turn off all 3 profiles, right?
Yeah.
So now I turned off the firewall. Can I do the ping again?
Yes. Try it
Yes.
again.
To use that command easily, you gotta hit the
The
upper
up arrow.
Up
Oh.
arrow. There you go. And you see, you don't even have to type it, right? So Leila, tell me what's happening now.
Now it's pinging. It's getting response.
And confirmation.
Mhm.
What's the confirmation?
0%.
Loss.
0% loss, right?
Mhm.
The top one has what? 100%.
Yeah.
So that's how, Leila, you find out if the machine is working or not. So in technology, ping can be used for many, many things. And that's how we kind of check if the machine is on. Okay, if it's on, then maybe it's a firewall issue, maybe it's a different issue, maybe it's a that issue. You gotta do all that stuff, right?
Right.
So Bernal, if I try to redeploy this package, what do I do now? I gotta right click here and I gotta redeploy, right?
Right. Okay.
And I'm gonna click deploy now, but watch the status right here, guys. Connecting, and there you go. Got connected,
That's
right?
running. Okay.
And it's running. But the thing is this, in deployment, this is something that is advanced for you, but you gotta know this thing. Deployment doesn't work like you just gonna make a package, you put a software and you store it on the machine. It doesn't work that way. It will never work. This is gonna keep running, but nothing is happening. It got copied over to the machine, but it doesn't know what to do. Right? All this product did right now, it picked the FileZilla and put it in that machine, but it's not installing anything. So this is for future. To become and hold on. I'm thinking right now. For future, if you want to become an advanced engineer, you got to learn how command line works. If you rely on a GUI for your life, you can never become an advanced engineer. Why? Because you're too dependent. So for softwares to deploy or to do things in future, I don't want to mess your mind right now, but in future, think about command line. So this is a perfect example. Why? Because this will never ever install on that machine. I gotta abort it. I gotta go back to edit this package. So look in the bottom right here, command line right here. You see this? I gotta check mark this and give it a command to this exe to do what, right? It's a little advanced for you guys. I know that. Leila is probably thinking, man, okay, that's a little too much stuff, right?
Not just Layla.
Yeah, you go. But that's what I'm saying. If you want to become a real proper engineer and you want to go into deployments, anything like that, you got to know the command line. But you don't need to know too much right now because they made our life easy, even a GUI type of people. What do I need to do to get that command line? Do I need to make my own command line? No, right? I got to go back where? I got to go back, and I got to go back to FileZilla, and I got to find what kind of command do I need from you to put it into this package so I can deploy this to my staff members. So I need to type FileZilla silent install switch. It's called switch. I know it's a little bit too much for you right now, but trying to grab the concept of it. So the company, whoever makes a product, they will give you the switches. They will give you the command line. You don't need to create it. But what I want to show you here, not the main thing about deployment, what I'm showing you, when I'm making something different right now, I did this whole thing for a purpose. What am I doing right now? What am I doing? I am Googling. Are you guys getting this point? That even if it's advanced stuff, I am actually Googling right here. So you got to master. You got to know how to Google. You got to go and do the Google on your own to find solutions. You cannot rely on a company. You cannot rely on Danish. You cannot rely on Spiceworks. You gotta Google. So you see, I Googled because I'm looking for a command from FileZilla. So I did what? I typed FileZilla silent switch, and there you go. Even though in the first shot I found it, silent setup. So to install that application silently, what do I need?
Capital /S.
Hold on. Sorry, my son just came down, so he was like screaming. He was like, okay. So if I need to install this silently, which switch do I need? Which command do I need?
I see
Nice.
that you need the /S, but I don't know where the hell you put it.
Silent
I'll show you.
installation. Is it the
And
IS?
what is documentation telling us, by the way, Leila?
Silent installation.
And what's the detail?
Capital S.
What is the detail to attention?
Capital S.
Capital S. What I basically showed you guys today is not just deployment. I showed you how detailed you have to be when you're doing research. You cannot just go and start Googling and just copy paste things, right? You see, I could have simply copied, I said /S, okay, I'm gonna go and put /S. So I will use what? I'm not gonna use a capital, and I missed a big point right here. It says must. So you got to master the way to Google and to be in there and to have patience, enough patience to stay there for a little bit to understand what they're asking you to do, right?
Right.
And this is a skill that a lot of people get annoyed, get frustrated, and give up and try to do things quickly and not wait on things. And I'll give you Eddie. Eddie was doing stuff, right? Eddie, you were like, hey, after 2 minutes, you found out a solution, right? Day one, you were struggling with something, right? And you're like, if I would have watched your video for 2 minutes, I would have now wasted 20 minutes of my work, right?
Right.
So what I'm implying over here is that you got to build the patience of looking at documentation or reading a video or looking at a video or doing something. Other than that, to be honest, it's not gonna work. I mean, you're gonna just give up at some point, right? So what in this documentation we learned, we need to use a capital /S in our deployment. So you gotta do what? Command line works like this in deployments. You got the product, you got the extension, you gotta do space /
S.
Capital S.
S, and you're gonna save the package. And what are you gonna do? You're gonna redeploy it again and deploy it now. So now watch what happens, guys. Copying, running. What happened?
Successful.
Wow.
So now if I
Successful.
had to do this process for 300 machines, this took me about 3 seconds. So the 300 machines will get it in what? In about 10 minutes, right? Because the network has to work, right, a little bit. So 10 minutes, a job that will take you probably 3 days, you've done it in 10 minutes.
Okay.
Now, do you guys know how IT works? This is how IT works. We're not crazy. We're not crazy to do these things manually, right? We gotta come at some point to this position to do this so you make your life easy. You're making $80,000 and you love it. Why you love it? Because you can do certain things to make your job so easy, and you can go home, sleep, come back. Oh, okay. You got another 1,000 deployments? No problem. You got a coffee, make the package, click boom, and done. But don't mess it up, because that boom can become pretty big boom for you, you know?
Hey, Danish.
Yes, sir.
I still don't understand why do you have to install it silently?
Because you don't want 300 people to be calling you. Why is FileZilla coming on my screen? Right? It doesn't make sense. Like if you have to deploy a software to 300 machines, you don't want them to see it.
Right.
Yeah, but
Everybody's gonna be.
when you first installed it, remember it said it couldn't do it. It couldn't.
It couldn't because we put a slash out there, /s. That's silent.
Oh.
That's
So-
why we went out there. We went out to the product. We told them, do you guys have a switch for this software to install silently? And they have it.
No, I understand that part. The part I don't understand is the first time we tried to deploy it. Remember you said, look at the box, it said unsuccessful.
Uh-huh.
So then we hit ping. So why wasn't it allowed? I still don't understand why
the
the
first
first
time-
time it wouldn't deploy.
The first time was what issue? It was an access issue. Firewall. It couldn't even connect.
The first one was firewall.
The second time we fixed the firewall, it copied over, but it didn't know what to do. So you have to tell it what to do then, right? You have to put a switch in there.
Okay.
And then it went out there and installed it silently because of that one switch, that one little slash. That was
It
not to
needs
show
a
you what.
switch.
Yeah, it needs a switch. But here's the thing: don't focus too much on deployment right now. This is not my point over here. My point was what? Documentation.
Okay.
At your level, you gotta understand you're gonna be heavy on documentation. You gotta follow documentation because nobody expects you to know this stuff, deployments and everything. That's too advanced for you.
Okay.
But what was important over here was documentation and attention to details of the smallest thing like must be capital. I did a practical example to show you two things. One, deployment, so just it gives you some kind of idea in future. Second, to make sure you don't run from a documentation. So in terms of my training, every video is 4 hours. You cannot skip my videos, by the way, because if you do skip it, you skip a lot of things.
Yeah.
Is it going to be painful? Yes, it's going to be painful. Do I want it painful in the beginning? Yes, I want it. I mean, in the beginning, I want it painful. Why? Because I want you to develop the patience of listening to the video and listening to the documentation rather than skipping. Because if you start skipping, you will not achieve your goals. And you're going to have too many problems. So my recommendation to you, and by the way, my part is ended right here. So there's another one more thing that Ali is going to show you, and he's not going to, that's another thing. Imaging is a big deal right here in IT, but you're not going to do imaging right away when you go to the company. They're going to teach you imaging. Everybody who lands a job in this field as a level 1, they teach you imaging. But knowing like deployment, how deployment works, knowing how file sharing works, knowing how imaging works, you have an open mind now, right?
Right.
So any question about software deployment or anything like that?
So at my work recently, we got what was that called? Windows 10 Redstone 5.0, and we were required to do our own installation. Would you consider that a silent installation or?
Wait, say it again. Sorry, it was an installation of what?
So there was a time we received Windows 10 Redstone 5.0. So I restarted my laptop and a window popped up saying, you need to install Windows 10 Redstone 5.0. And it was a mandatory installation. So I was wondering whether you would call that a silent installation or that's something completely different.
Redstone is something I never heard of it. It's probably some kind of customized thing based on your company.
Oh,
but when they say that you have to turn on the machine like this and it started to install on its own, or were you inside the operating system?
I was inside the Windows 10 operating system. So it's just everybody received that message, Windows 10.
That's a software, yeah. The Redstone is a software you're already in the system. So that's a silent installation, yeah. Somebody created a package, they gave it to you. All you got to do is to double click on it, and yes, and that the whole flow started after. But they weren't pushing it to you. So this is a more reactive kind of thing, right? You got a CEO walking by and say, Banel, you need to push 300 softwares to the machines right now, and they need to get it. So he pushed it, and now everybody got it silently. You see FileZilla is right there. But this one is a self-service kind of stuff that you're talking about, right? You go out there, you open it up, and you open some kind of portal, and you click on Redstone, and it started to install, right?
No, I didn't go to any application to install. It was just, it popped up the window, the message, and then I just had to
Oh,
like
okay, okay.
click install.
Yes, but that's still not a full silent. They wanted you to click on it.
Oh, okay.
Yes, you can do that. From this software, you can do it as well. You don't have to put silent S, but the software has to have ability to give you that option.
Okay.
So Reston was like, they send it out to you, and you only have to click on install, and then that's it. Everything is after that, right?
Yes.
Yeah, it's kind of like a partial silent install.
Okay.
But they already did a deployment. So sometimes you don't want user to even click on something. You just want to deploy it.
Right.
Because I cannot rely on my user to click on something, right? They may click cancel, and that's it. They kill my deployment right there, right?
Right.
Then I got to be dealing with another call. Hey, why did you click cancel? I got to do another deployment. It will become a problem, right?
Right. I've been
Okay,
curious
guys.
to know about how, people would just push this for us to install. It's just you're pretty much curious and wonder how it works. So now
So
I
now
know.
now you've seen it.
Yeah.
So yeah, see, this is what the point is like this. You don't want to become a master of this. Please don't try to get into there and try to learn deployments at the highest level of. That's not you. You're not going to work on this stuff. What I wanted to imply is that what was my focus here? Documentation. Documentation and opening your mind. So now, just like you're saying that to me, now I have an image, I have a picture, how it's working. It makes your learning more easier, right? Right? You're not going to think right now more and more and more about certain things because now you've seen it.
Right.
So it makes your learning advanced because phase 2, you're going to learn a lot. Phase 2, you're going to learn. Phase 3, you're going to learn. There's a lot to learn right now. So we don't want to confuse you. That's why the overall image has to be shown somehow. One way or another way, I had to show you this, right?
Right.
To make your phase 2 learning easier. Because phase 2 learning is not easy if you don't have this kind of knowledge. Because their teaching is targeted towards A+. Again, they have to make sure that you pass exam. They don't care about job here. They're caring about what? Exam. So if people are not passing exams by taking test 2, so what will happen? They will not buy their product. Hey, your skills or whatever you're teaching is not worth for me to pass exam, so why should I pay money? So they're not wrong, by the way, guys. Their study over here is not wrong at all, but their focus is something different. Their focus is A+ exam. So they're tied down right now. They can teach you more things. They can put everything that we have taught you, right? But they cannot make the course so long that nobody can finish it. Does it make sense to you guys?
Yes.
Yeah.
If I was a seller of TestOut.com, trust me, I'm not going to be teaching you the stuff that I'm teaching you right now. I'll be focusing on exam. I'm not going to be focusing on skills. But by teaching you skills now, all of this stuff will make sense. So you're doing two things in this. So tomorrow, if you feel like you want to go for A+ certification, you have already finished A+ certification right there. You're 80% prepared after phase 2 to go and sit in an exam, because on the bottom, look at this. What is this right here? CompTIA A+ score examination right here. You can even do a whole practice for A+, and you're already ready for A+. So we are not wasting your time over here. We are also teaching you skills at the same time you're getting prepared for A+. But do you need to go for A+? That's your personal choice. I don't recommend it, right? You got so much knowledge right now. I mean, honestly, you got so many that you can just say, I'm just going for A+ on your resume, and people will buy that. People don't care about that stuff. People care about what is Active Directory, what is Office 365, what is software deployment, what is file sharing, what is printers, blah, 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 all that kind of stuff. That's what they care about.
Yeah, I have A+ and Network Plus, and I didn't know nothing until you taking this class.
Wow.
So now if now if you go back to phase 2, how you think about it, how easy is it going to be now? Like, for example, if you go to phase 2 and you're doing a file management and you talk about files sharing, there you go. You got an image now. Oh, Danish was doing that in a domain controller and Active Directory and all. Now, if you go back to, let's say, system management, and then they're teaching you something about, let's say, Active Directory. Oh, I already know that. I already know how to join a computer to a domain, but now you're gonna know more examples, theoretical examples, more dictionary type of examples, and I hate that kind of stuff in the beginning because it bored the hell out of me, you know?
Mm-hmm.
So guys, one more thing, and I'm gonna come back, then I'm gonna ask you more questions and everything, but because I have to tell you what's gonna be next after this, right? But at this point, we have covered almost everything that you need to know in phase 1. But I'm gonna come back after imaging 2, so then you have another thing added in your mind, which is already getting fried right now. I know that.
Okay.
So just 20 minutes, 15 minutes, and then we're gonna end this training. Okay.
Okay.
So Ali, are you there?
Hey, Danish, just before Ali comes, one question. When we are installing the software,
Yeah, I'm there.
I'm sorry, it
Yeah, go ahead.
says, yeah, it says save or run. Why are we not saving? Why are we running? That may be maybe another
Wait,
session.
say it again. I'm a little lost right here. When you say what?
When we're installing a software,
Uh-huh.
at the bottom it asks questions. Do you want to run or do you want to save? And we always choose run as opposed to save.
Yeah, okay. So in the software deployment, you're only downloading a software and placing it in the share folder. You're not running it. You're not doing anything. You're just saving it into deploy folder right here. You see my screen? Are you seeing
Yes,
my
yeah,
screen?
uh-huh.
So you're just only going to save the file over here. Let the deployment do everything else for you. So you're not running a file over here, right? You're not installing a file on a server. You're deploying this package to 300 machines right there, right?
Okay.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
So now Ali will take over. I'll take a little rest in here and I'll come back because we got to finish up what's next and everything. Of course, that's going to be just talking here. Ali will take not too much time. And here's the thing. Before Ali start, I want to tell you one thing. If you do not get anything about imaging, don't worry about it. You got too many resources about imaging in future and nobody expects you to know about imaging. This is even more advanced than software deployment. So if it's like your mind is about to blow, just stop your mind and say, okay, I've seen it. I'm gonna come back to this video after 10 days and I'll watch it again. I don't care about this. You see this? So I want you to build the attitude of that right now. Like right now, you watch this video, get whatever you can, but don't try to kill yourself, okay?
Yes.
Even if you want to close your eyes, that's fine. It's gonna get boring. So Ali, take over, please.
Right. So let me share my screen first. So here, can you see my screen?
Yes, server
All right.
manager.
So just for the little introduction, this is called this imaging service, and through this feature, we can install operating system on multiple machines, which doesn't have the operating system at the time. And for that, we need to configure the DHCP server first. So I will go to the tools and then open the DHCP server. And first, I need to turn on this scope. And scope is what? It is the range of IP addresses that will assign once requested. So I just activate this scope, and then I will go to the property, go to the advanced, and change its mode for IP assigning, because I have two options: DHCP for those machines which have operating system and they are requesting for the IP address, and the second one, it's bootstrap. This is for the bare metal machines, the machines which doesn't have the operating system, just only hard drive and other system resources and needs some OS to run. So I'm allowing my DHCP server to request both kind of queries for the DHCP machines which have operating system and the bootstrap for the other machines that are totally new, doesn't have any operating system. But they have the power and they are on the network, right? So clicking apply to implement the setting, then close this DHCP. Now I'll move to the tools, and there we have this Windows deployment services. And here I have the server. We're going to use this PLAB DC01 for the deployment services. So currently it is not configured. So I'm going to right click to configure this server. And here I have two options. I may create it as a standalone server, or I can integrate it with the Active Directory. So currently I have the Active Directory, so I'm going to integrate it with. Then I will change this directory because we mostly contain the operating system. So we use other drive for these functions, these operations. And here on PXE server initial setting, we will make check on respawn all the client computers, known and unknown. This is why, because the new machines, the bare metal machines, are those which are unknown at that time. So we are allowing our deployment server to respawn all the clients. Those are known and those are unknown too. And here, this service is almost created, and we need to start this. Right click on this server and right click, go to all tasks and then start. Now the server is configured, but we have to add the image file and the boot file in those two containers. So first I'm gonna add the image file, right click to add image, and I will name it test. Just test, not one, and click next. And here I need to define the location where my image is stored. And this is the network location right now, PLAB DM01, where I have this Windows 10 image. So double backslash PLAB DM01 backslash Win10 backslash sources, then install.vim Windows image. This is the actual file, and it got the file, it detect the file, and click next. And now it will take 2 or 3 minutes to add this file from the network location to this Windows deployment server. First, it's going to check the integrity of the source file, then it will add in the server. In the same way, we can add other Windows images like Windows 7, Windows 8, whatever the operating system we want to install in our multiple machines. And by using this Windows deployment services, you're eliminating that effort, that energy where you supposed to go on each system, insert this iOS disk that contain operating system, or insert the USB to boot the machine on the Windows setup. You're eliminating this part by using this Windows deployment services. And after the creation of the server, you will find that all your machine will just show you the screen of installing setup. It will take you on the first step to install the Windows.
Basically, in other terms, you're installing a Windows through network. Okay.
When you say bare metal machines, are those going to be virtual machines?
No, that's going to be a real office machines.
But here we will show on the virtual machine. It can
like
be
in the
both.
lab. Yeah, in the lab, it can be both. But most likely, when you use imaging in the company, they're going to have a product like this, and system administrator will do this whole setup. You're not going to be doing this. So they will tell you to go to the office and turn on that machine, and just, let's say, you know how you boot a machine and say you want to boot it from CD or a USB or a network? they're
Yeah.
going to tell you to boot this machine from a network, and it will automatically basically pick that machine.
Oh.
Sorry, it will automatically pick that image that what Ali is showing you right now.
Once it gets posted, it just get the power electricity, then your machine will ask for the IP address to that Windows deployment server. And here, as you have seen, we configured the DHCP server first. That DHCP server will fulfill its request and provide the IP address, and after that, it will create a file transfer setup, file transfer communication from that machine to the WDS server, and then it will get its Windows image file. Later on, we'll show you how it will work. Just waiting to.
Is this is a lab with documentation on this thing, plab.
Yes, it's a lab. In the practice lab, Windows Server Administration Fundamental. And if I go back, so these are the modules, and I just select the third one, Network Installation of Windows.
Okay. By the way, for those that can't see like me, I went on top of the Zoom and I clicked View Options and Zoom Ratio 150, and I can see really good now. I can grab and move the screen around, kind of like what Danish was doing.
Where's that?
Until the last day.
Where's that option? I don't know. Where's
on
that
top
option?
of Zoom, on the top is this View Options. You see it?
It says
on top of the screen in the middle.
I don't know.
You don't see
you're
it?
weaving. It says you're weaving Ali's machine.
Yeah, it says you are viewing Ali's screen, and then next it says View Options.
Uh-huh.
If you click on that, Zoom Ratio 150%.
Oh, we don't see that. I'm not.
You don't see that?
Maybe he just enlarged the size of my screen.
I'm full screen, but I'm just saying I can see great now. I can see all that little little print. I see it pretty good now.
Oh, you know what? You're right. So you have to be using the application. I'm using a web-based. So yes, I do see it.
And
So
Now it's time to add the boot image. You can keep talking and just watch what I'm doing. So this is another network location, /plab dm01, /Windows 10, sources, boot.vim. This is the file. And click next. This will rather complete fast. All right. Now we're done with this server configuration. We add the image file, then we added this boot image, and we're done with the server configuration. Now we will move to the plab dm01. This is the machine that have some virtual machine that we're going to use as a bare metal to prove this concept.
Now, this is the part of a job that you may be doing, right? You're going to go to the machine at office. You will log in, basically turn on the machine and basically say, okay, how do I say this? Start with a network, not from CD, not from a hardware. That's what Ali is showing you. That's going to be probably your job in a company. And you don't need to know what Ali have done before this, because that's a sysadmin. He has to do all that kind of stuff, okay?
So here we have the server manager, and from there we're going to launch this Hyper-V manager. This is the hypervisor used to manage multiple virtual machines. And there we have a machine, plab SA02. We will use this machine to prove this concept. So right click there and go to the settings. And here first, we will remove this network adapter that is attached already. This is the new network adapter that doesn't contain the PXE boot. PXE boot is a boot you can use to boot machines directly over the network without having an operating system. So first, I'm deleting this network adapter, and I will add the one that contains the PXE boot feature, and that will be legacy network adapter. Click to add, and there you
So
go.
what's the difference between legacy network adapter and the network adapter?
Legacy network adapter is kind of old network adapter that contains this feature to run machines directly over the internet network. That doesn't, like when you post your machine, when you turn on your machine, it's going to look for the operating system, and then it will directly jump to the hard drive to get the boot file. But when we have this PXE based network adapter, your machine will look for the IP address.
Okay.
Let me show you in this training. Now I'm just deleting, I'm just making none my DVD drive because I don't want to boot my machine with the DVD drive with any disk. So I just made this setting to none, and okay, apply. Now I'm going to turn on the machine and just focus on there. You will got your answer. And here I just click to start. This is the post. I just turn on the machine, and when it starts, it is looking for the DHCP server. You can see here, and you can read from there that it contact to our DHCP server, and then the TFTP communication is started, and it is now downloading the boot file. So this is done because of the legacy network adapter. It looks for the IP address when it turns on. But if it doesn't have this legacy network adapter, it will just look for the CD drive, USB, or the hard disk. That's the difference between those kind of adapters.
Mm-hmm.
So you're saying if we're doing the PXE thing, boot up thing, it needs to go to the legacy adapter?
Yes, the legacy, because in this hypervisor, they name it and they show this feature in the legacy adapter. But there are a lot more network adapters available that contain this PXE boot feature. But in this hypervisor, they just kept this feature in the legacy network adapter.
So this is the part where basically you're going to be just given and shown in the company. You're not going to build this. You're not going to create an image. You're not going to go in there and just kind of like do this whole server part. You're just going to be shown, okay, this is the way to do it. Let me show it to you. They're going to probably show you the whole process. Why? Because every different company uses different type of systems, right? And somebody has to have a very good command on this stuff because they don't want to mess up their machines, right? They don't want to mess up messed up image in there. So then if it's slow or this having a lot of issues, so that's where it's important to just kind of know what imaging is, but not getting into extreme detail of you just now messing around with your whole mind like, oh my God, how do I need to know about servers? What is WDS and all that kind of stuff? That's too advanced right now. That's level 2, level 3 kind of stuff, right? But people will make you do these things in the company because the end part is it's kind of like a help desk, right? You're going in there, turning on the machine for a sysadmin, or you're putting it towards a network installation. They want you to do that little parts right there so that it makes their life easy, right? And yours too. So at this point, I guess what's going to happen after this is you're going to see an installation window. You can even make it more automated if you want to, depending on how more advanced you get into this kind of stuff. But of course, that's not going to be a part of your training. We don't do this even in a very advanced area. People won't spend that kind of time on it. So this is kind of like done after this. You don't do anything after this, okay?
Mm-hmm.
You just have to do the like, just, you know what you did right now? Just gonna give you a little theoretical understanding. What did you do? What did you do? Look at my screen right now. Look at my camera. You, instead of putting a USB, instead of putting a CD, you told this computer to go grab the installation from network.
Yeah.
And the rest, when you see the installation, is the same what you did in virtual machines, right? Next, Windows 10, 30 GB, blah, 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 and then just install the whole window, right?
Yeah.
And then what you did, you created a local user help desk, and then you connected this machine to where? To it. Where did you join this machine to?
We connected it to a domain, right?
To a domain. What is domain?
Active Directory.
Active
Active
Directory.
Directory. So you see, it's a process that you have to do again and again, right? So once you know this, everything is working like that, then it makes your life extremely easy. So Ali, let me take over right here. I think it's kind of like the rest is just kind of screen's gonna come up and it's gonna say install the Windows, right?
Sure.
Okay, but again, if you guys do love imaging kind of stuff, watch my screen. I'm showing you a screen right now. My YouTube channel has, 1,000 videos right there, right? You can probably type anything and start learning from YouTube videos. So this is one of the videos that I created 4 years ago, and I'm showing a proper imaging from scratch in the YouTube video. You see how I'm going to the computer, real computer. I'm even showing you where you need to click in, and this is one of the. So here you go. Here's a different software that I'm using. So nobody's gonna start training you on different type of softwares, right? So you just need to know one, and you just kind of like go over it. Okay, that's how imaging is done. Then you go. This is what I'm talking about right here. What Ali's showing you, this is where the boot is coming from, right? So it's getting boot up. There you go. It got connected, and it's talking to the server, and you see the computer was not found, blah blah blah. So you add the computer in there. This is even more advanced what I'm showing in my YouTube video.
Okay.
So, the whole imaging is done, and there you go. You got 30 machines, operating system done in about 30 minutes. So later on, you want to come into this. Later. Don't stress too much about it right now, because this is not the time for you to invest time on videos like these, because that's going to do what? Confuse you.
Confusing.
Right? So for you to know what imaging means is enough for you to do well in the interview. You can say what? I have done the lab on imaging, but I haven't done it practically. So this is something that I'm eager to learn more. You see, you want to put some spices in there, right? I would love to learn about imaging, but I did my lab. So now you're not just kind of like blind, or you're not like you don't feel like you don't know about it. They know that, okay, imaging is a technical term, but this person knows about imaging. Teaching is a different thing. They will train you, but it makes their life easy to pick you, because why? Hey, this person already know about imaging. I don't need to go to the whole concept of imaging again, And that's something you're gonna learn so much in installation of in phase 2. I mean, you're not gonna get away from imaging in phase 2 either. Look at this. I'll take you right now. I'll show it to you. If you guys come over here, system components, this is motherboard, peripherals, storage, networking, wireless networking, mobile devices, system implementation. There you go. You guys, name it. Pre-installation right there. You see this? Windows installation right there. They're using what? Pixie, which he's talking about. Ali was just showing you that stuff. Pixie stuff. Post-installation, virtualization, file management, and then you can go more in advanced system management. You probably even go more, I think there's a WDS probably somewhere over here. If not, that's fine. No need to worry about it. System recovery. How do you recover a system? Restoring a system. All that kind of stuff is in there. So we don't want to push too much in the beginning, because then you're just going to start getting out of track, okay? So, okay, that's good. Is Leila here?
Yes.
Leila's here, okay. Okay, guys, so we are basically done with phase 1 officially. So thank you for, that's 5 hours of training right here.
Yeah.
But we have to change our timings, because I think we never finish on. It says 2 o'clock, but 2 o'clock is nothing. I think we have to be more open to this, that this is going to take more time, because right now we have tested this with many times and we felt like we can finish it. We always think we can finish it, but we never finish it. So here's the thing. There are certain things that's still missing, even from phase 1, but we're not talking about. Just like imaging, we didn't go into extreme detail about it, because I know you guys are going to go through that in phase 2 first. So then you will get more theoretical understanding of it, and then I'm going to show you a playlist that I made on YouTube for you guys. For people who've done my training, I have done a full training on YouTube as well, so that it makes sense to you guys as well. So I'm doing that for YouTube purposes, just to help other people out there too who doesn't want to take my training. But at the same time, my target is first my members, right? So I'd say you guys did the training, you guys did the phase 2. Hey, go back to my virtualization playlist. I done a whole 6 videos on virtualization, and in that I show proper servers, everything. So when you watch those videos again, then it will make super sense to you, and you start learning more and more, and you become even more comfortable with this thing. So phase 1 is not totally over yet, because there are many things that we have done on YouTube that I want you guys to see, but I'm not pushing you towards that right now. Why? Because it's not like on target then, right? So officially we are done. So you guys have rest of the days, probably like 2 to 3 weeks. So all you have to do is this, guys. You must follow my videos again. Remember that patience kind of thing. Do not give up. Don't get annoyed that it's a big video and stuff like that, because that's your test right there. You got to build that patience inside you. So to do this, my suggestion to you is this. If you can invest money, please buy a second monitor. If you're doing it on one monitor, please buy a second monitor. Try to hook up a second monitor for yourself. Try to learn that, because a lot of people are going to be asking you to set up a second monitor, so it helps you, one, to understand how to do that. Second, it's going to be a lifetime investment for you throughout your career. Because if you look at it, I got 3 monitors in front of me, and I cannot be doing my training in one monitor right? So I got a monitor right here, I got a monitor right there, I got a monitor right here. So for me to do multiple things and to learn things, I have let's say if I want to learn about PowerShell. So I got PowerShell right here on the left side, and I'm doing PowerShell right here on the right side, and I can pause a video and I can do it. I can pause a video and I can do it. You're not doing back and forth right here, right? The reason I didn't say that in the beginning of my training, because I don't want people to be thinking that, oh man, we got to do investment for this training. What if you don't like that? What if you feel like I can just watch a mobile phone and I would just follow it? But that's still, come on, this screen is too small for you, right?
Right.
So number 1 suggestion, please do an investment, buy a second monitor, learn how to do a second monitor stuff on your own, try to figure it out, because that's a call. Then open up these videos and go over it step by step, exactly the same way. Even if it gets boring, take notes in that boring. The boring time is not boring, by the way. The most that we are talking about and we're doing back and forth, these are all quality information.
Mm-hmm.
You could simply take my free courses, but in my free courses, I'm only one way. Remember, I'm not talking to Bernal, I'm not talking to Eddie. I'm thinking that I am doing the best job, but you may not get it at some point, right? Mm-hmm. But here, I was talking to you directly, so take notes. Take notes, okay, take notes. At the end, to be honest, this 14 hours of work will become like a 40 hours of content for you. Why? Because you took so much notes, and you're gonna feel like you worked in a company for 6 months. Then when you're ready after 3 weeks of training, then I'm gonna give you phase 2. I'm not gonna just throw phase 2 on you right now. But if you feel like one of you have done it quicker and you wanna get to phase 2, I have no issues, right? It's your access. You're gonna lose the access quickly, right? If you get it right now and you have one access right there, you're not gonna be able to finish that, and you're not gonna be able to finish it, you're gonna lose both, by the way. Right? You have only certain days in the server, right?
Yeah.
So you gotta finish that first. Then you're gonna go to phase 2, you're gonna finish that. You have 3 months in that. Then once that's over, you're gonna have your resume, and we will tell you to go crazy on these jobs. You're gonna shoot out your resume, and I'm gonna keep telling you how many times did you apply. You're gonna have to tell me you applied at least 50 places before you got a response. And once you get a reply from them, you're gonna tell me, and we're gonna help you more. Then we're gonna specifically target that company, and what are they teaching? If they're teaching more about imaging, No problem. We go back to the imaging in the practice lab. We have imaging tutorials. I'm going to throw a lot of videos on you then, right? Hey, I did this video, this video. So you see, it's targeted. So you got to have patience with me. Similarly, I'm doing this thing for you, and you're doing this thing for yourself too. Like, okay, I could simply say, hey, this is my flow, and if you guys don't do it, I'm not responsible. But I don't want that, because if for me to make this platform more successful, I have to make sure that you guys get job, right?
Mm-hmm.
Because you're going to be the one that's going to be selling my product then. So to be honest, that's how business works. And I'm not just trying to sell things to people. I really want people to do this thing. I want to do it with my heart because I have a passion towards it. I could have simply finished this training at 3 o'clock, to be honest. I could have made it very quickly for you. And you probably would be a little confused, but I could have made it in such a way that you would have accepted that. But we didn't do that. So I invested everything for you, but you gotta be also, honest to yourself and to the training and the quality of this training, that you got to be patient and you got to do this all over one time again. Okay.
Okay.
Danish, do you want us to start from scratch, get rid of the domain controller and the?
No. Don't get. Like I said, domain controller. If you have created it, it's a one-time thing. And you're not creating domain controller again. You got the idea, you know what it is. And here's the biggest tip. If you forget everything else in this 5 hours of videos, I don't care about that. But here's the biggest tip. Do not get stuck. If you feel like you can't do it, skip it. Training is not where you need to master things. You need to get an idea, you worked on it, you got it, and now move on. Because like I said, the example, people have gotten this job without knowing ABCD of IT. But they struggled in this career for a long time and took the stress to learn these things. You are not doing that. I'm not trying to make it harder for you. You went through this stuff, you're gonna go through it, you're gonna do it. If you feel like something is not working, skip it. Phase 2, skip it, I don't care. But you gotta at least know what it is. And then come back to me, I skipped this many things, and then I will explain it to you. So then I don't want you to get stuck, basically, because a lot of people get stuck, right? They want to master it. They want to, I want to make sure that I can do this perfectly. There's no perfect in IT. So I hope you guys are satisfied with this training. If I ever missed something or I said something directly, forgive me, because I like to sometimes get direct because I want to make sure my point is clear. I will definitely apologize if you guys have taken anything. I never get personal, but sometimes I get too direct. So that's just for you to get the point, okay? So
right.
Nothing personal here. So day 4, guys, what do you guys feel about day 4?
Lots of learning. Once again, we went into. You covered a lot in 4 days. I don't know how you thought that you could do. You were gonna do it in 2 hours. Because we spent so much. You're so passionate about it that you just, you give a lot of value for the price. I didn't know it was gonna be so one-on-one. I mean, it's almost like technology is amazing. It's like you're next to me. It's been.
Yeah, and in 2 hours, if you look at it, 2 hours, you also have to think you guys are 3 people, right?
Right.
So one question can lead us somewhere else, another question can lead us somewhere else, but I do not compromise on quality. Right. I'm not gonna say, hey, stop or something like this. I'm gonna try to explain to you or at least show you the core stuff so you don't miss anything. Because if you miss something, let's say for example, if Leila would have missed the Active Directory day 1 and she said, I'm gonna join you guys tomorrow because I'm sick, I would have told Leila to take another training. Why? Because it won't make any sense. Right? You see, Leila, how important was Active Directory throughout your whole training? It was like a core, right? You got stuck with it everywhere you went. It was there, right, Bernal? Like that's how you felt, right? Yeah. It was just like you couldn't get away from that.
Right.
Right.
So we have done a lot of research on this, by the way. Like I didn't just sit down on this chair. My day one training was like, oh guys, let's just do Active Directory and this and that. No, I learned all of this stuff by my own mistakes. I did other methods too and everything. It's just that, of course, yeah, I got lucky in a way that I kind of thought of some things that I think this is something extremely core, and my base was built on this. So I got more stronger in it. But to be honest, our past trainings that I did, like let's say 3 years ago, they didn't have servers like you guys. They had to build their own labs. So think about that too. There's a lot that changed and a lot that made this training work that way. If it was one person, I could probably say 3 hours we would have done in 3 hours. At least with me. I mean, he spent 3-4 hours with me as well. So what do you think, Leila, now?
To be honest, before I joined JSS, I had reached out to University of Minnesota. I reached out to other centers that offered CompTIA A+. But then I went specifically to yours to look what you're offering. And I could, to be honest, I felt like it met exactly what I was looking for. It tailored to pretty much to what I was looking for. And sure enough, now we've done the training. It has actually hit the spot. Like, this is exactly what I was looking for, hands-on training. You know, in the past, it didn't make any sense when when the IT guy told me about Active Directory and stuff like that. I need to reach out to the team, and I kept asking him, what do you mean by that? But right now, it makes perfect sense. Even with the deployment, I remember asking a friend of mine, God, I just wish I knew what this all means. But then, so
well,
far, I'm happy.
If you look at this resume, the most of the things, a lot of level one people ask, like, if you can even answer this expertise area, because they're going to pick this resume and they're going to ask you a question based on that expertise right there, right? And that's kind of like the starting point to break the ice between you and HR manager. So even if you start something, oh, I know about ticketing system, I know about Office 365. Now, again, remember, we removed ticketing system from this specific training because we have a new videos on ticketing system. We don't want to invest any time on boring stuff. So that's something that's missing. Remember, I said there's something missing in there too. So there, of course, we didn't finish VPN, firewall, and where are we going to learn all this stuff?
In the TestOut software.
Right.
In phase 2. And then after that, we do a mock interview. We don't just leave you like that. You get tested, right? I'm going to call you and I'm going to say, Leila, go ahead. This is your interview. And I'm not going to help you, right? So you basically then get to see even more stuff. Now, this is just the beginning, guys. We have a real interview, a person who landed a job, and many other people who have given us their questions. And one person actually recorded the whole interview with a manager. So after this, we give you a resume with notes, with audio, with everything in there. So it goes to a different level right now. We go crazy on this stuff, okay? So you're not gonna feel anywhere that you're missing something. I just have one request from you guys, that don't get into tiny things. Like if you see a semantic antivirus, that doesn't mean you need to know about semantic antivirus itself. You just need to know about antivirus. Nobody cares about this stuff, right? If I can tell you right now, if I give you the resume today, or even if you take the template resume and you start applying to positions, you may even land a job. That's how it is. You may even land a job. But that's a luck right there, right? You're still not prepared, but you can still give it a try. There's nothing wrong with that. What do you think, Bruno?
Well, yes, I want to continue. I want to learn some more. It's good. I like the idea of the hands-on and the direct, some kind of background stuff. Somebody back there? I'm sorry, I can't. Okay.
Probably.
Okay, that's fine. Yes, but I like the direct relationship that we're having, which is much better than in the university. You know, they just give you a bunch of stuff and no guidance, more or less. You're on your own. But I like the fact that you're teaching us one-on-one. Okay, this is it. And I like the questions too. How would you deal with this? If you're asked this, how would you do it? That's very good, very excellent. It helps us a lot because it makes me start thinking about, okay, how would you do this? How would you answer this question if given. So I got a lot more to say, but right now I'm just processing everything.